Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for those who are here already. Just to explain, we have two members of the board who will be who are on the way and will be joining us later. Right, ready to go? Can we start streaming? Thank you. Good morning. I am Mayor Dr. Nick Johnson of the Combined Authority, and today is the 13th of March 2025. We are in South Cambridgeshire, Camborne to be precise. Thank you for your hospitality, Councillor Smith, for the Combined Authority Board meeting. So, I'd like to welcome those members of the public and press who are joining us today for this meeting of the board. Apparently there are no fire drills scheduled for today, but the weekly test of the system is scheduled to take place in approximately 25 minutes. So the alarm will sound momentarily, but there is no need to leave the building. Obviously, if the alarm sounds fully, either then or at any other time, I will adjourn the meeting and we will leave the building by the nearest exit. Nice to say something different for on this occasion. A reminder to those present that the public session of this meeting is being live streamed and a recording will be placed on the Combined Authority's website. Can I ask everyone present that, to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? And please note that it is, as my prerogative as chair, I've made a change to the running order, and item 9 will now be heard either at the end of the agenda or at a point just before the lunch break, depending on our timings. As always, I welcome and value the views of all board members during our debates. I do, though, reserve the right to exercise my discretion as chair during the course of the meeting to determine the time permitted for speeches, the number of speeches to be made by any member or officer in order to manage the meeting efficiently. Okay, we're moving on to the first item, which is apologies for absence. Alison, would you, as the head of Democratic Services, would you let us know of any apologies?
Thank you, Mayor. We have apologies today from Councillor Chris Bowden. So we have Councillor Jan French substituting for him. We're also currently waiting for Councillor Dennis Jones and Councillor Lucy Nestinger, who are on their way.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 2 are the minutes from the previous meeting, the quite important minutes from the 6th of February. Is the board happy to approve the minutes from the 6th of February as an accurate record and to note the action log? I see nods around, but no objections, so we will take the minutes as approved and the action log as noted. Then we move on to item 3. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? As always, declarations of interest can be made at any point during the meeting. Okay, item 4. It's down as announcements, and well, I think at this point I have to actually acknowledge that this is, for myself, my last board meeting. It may also be it's certainly the last meeting where we, as the board, gather as ourselves, but it may also be a last board meeting for others. I think with that, I'm just going to pause and sort of reflect, but I'm actually not just going to reflect on the last 4 years. I'm actually going to reflect that it's actually 5 years ago this week that we all were facing the unknown of a national COVID pandemic and what the lockdown would bring. And I would argue, but I would reflect that's probably a lot of what happened 5 years ago that actually ended up bringing me into this role. As a frontline NHS medic, at the same time a district councillor in opposition, I'll admit that I didn't exactly have much of an awareness of what the Combined Authority was doing. I'd certainly seen them there, but there was other things to worry about, and as a country, as we can maybe reflect over the last 5 years, we've come a very long way. But it was about 4 years ago. I'm just reflecting on saying those words, which have always been very well provided for me by Democratic Services. And my nervousness when I first did those board meetings, I had really very little idea what boards were about. But in the time before becoming a mayor, I'd been cramming into what the Mayor and the Combined Authority were really about. Now, democracy is a very precious thing, and I worry seeing what's happening in the world today. But I'm very grateful that we have it, and I'm very grateful for the time I've had as Mayor. I'm now going to reflect on that tour of duty. I'm retiring from frontline politics. It's a hard decision, but definitely the right decision, and it's been done for the right reasons. I think it's fair to say I've been on a journey, and maybe we've all been on a journey. So where did it start? Well, it certainly started coming into the role with having to deal with COVID, and obviously quite isolated positioning within an office and very limited team around us. But that's a team, particularly I'll come to say my thank yous at the end, but for those who were there at the start and who are still here now, when I first met them, I have a particular fondness in my heart. I'll be honest, it was incredibly hard, very, very hard. But I am happy to say that 4 years down the line, and with a new mayor coming into the role, that at least, Rob, they will not be expected to appoint a new CEO. So, well, that's what I was facing, so that's what we were all facing. There remain, obviously, local and national challenges, but I'm really reassured that the Combined Authority is now coming into its own. I think the phrase that we used at UK Reef, our time is now. Team Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. We've got a shared ambition. Look, when the board comes together and we think together, our CEOs are working together, it's beginning to work. There's a long way to go, and I'm sad I'm not going to be part of that journey. But the one advice I would certainly be giving to any incoming mayor was it's people first, place second, and the politics come third. In my time, I've only ever used one mayoral veto, and I've got no regrets about that for those who may have long memories. It's actually the fact that the business board now meets in public session. It was voting against the proposals that were put forward very early on in those first years, and that, I think, has definitely been a positive. And of course, there has been one very important mayoral decision, which was represented in the minutes, about bus franchising. The most important thing I said is that if there is a mayoral decision going on, it's probably a sign that things aren't necessarily working as well, because really everything should be done as a cooperative kind of board decision. So I will look at a distance from how my officers work and how anybody coming into the role, but it's the idea that board is sacrosanct. Look, we've also done some really good stuff I'm really proud of, the work on the Vision Zero, traffic accident prevention, road deaths. Mike, I say it to you now, this was all for you. We'll continue that work on active travel. Funding, it's nice that it's been recognised that we've got the best per capita in terms of the Combined Authority, so well done, active travel team. The work on the environment, working across the board, across all the districts, tackling a climate crisis, been some really good stuff, and we'll talk about that today. I want to say thank you for the work we've done with the business community, but also how we've done innovation, social impact funds, working with more community interest groups, cooperatives, a lot of work on skills. I could keep going. But that's for the meeting. Ultimately, this is just to me, just a few thank yous. I want to say thank you to my wife, Donna, my 3 kids, Noah, Esme and Cosmo, my mum and dad, and all my friends. I've already mentioned them. To the officers who were here when I arrived, I know it was hard, but for those who stayed, you deserve a medal. In some ways, I think I deserve a medal, but you certainly deserve a medal. I want to thank the Local Government Association and the Transformation team. Obviously, we've had the Improvement Board, but particularly the work of Gordon Mitchell. And when Gordon and his team arrived, what they managed to do in kind of turn around, particularly working with you as the board, taking that forward. And I'll give a special thanks also to Lewis Herbert. There's a great team now at the Combined Authority. Rob, as I say, you're a great leader. You've got the support of some fantastic officers, Janice, Matthew, Judith, Richard. I couldn't have done any of this more recently with my own mayoral office team. David, Amanda, Callum, I salute you. And there's been mentors along the way. Owen Pritchard, Ellie Wilson, Dan Jarvis, Andy Burnham, Lord Kerslake, much missed, and his team around him, particularly Michael. But of course, the people I really want to say thank you to are the people of Cambridge and Peterborough for, first of all, for allowing me the honour of being the mayor. And for a last time, I'll say, well, there are moments where it's been incredibly hard, but the stuff that got me elected was a pledge to do my best in terms of compassion, cooperation and community. It's been hard, but if going forward in the political arena you hear the word compassion, if you then automatically just stop yourself and think, oh, Nick used to talk about that, compassion, what comes next, cooperation, and then you deliver it for the community, then I think I've done something good. So thank you for that, indulging me this last time for that. I'll take a question then.
It's not a question. I just like to, as the longest serving board member in the room at the moment, I'd just like to respond very, very briefly. It has been a journey. It has been hard. It's been very up and down, but actually of late it's just been up. Nothing that's worth doing is easy though, and I think we all accept that. It does now feel like being part of a team within this organisation, which is what I think we all strive for. It's never nice to feel isolated or alone, but this feels like a really strong team with the potential to, do really, really good things and build on what's been achieved. You leave the mayoralty in a much better place than you found it. I hope that you're truly proud of your legacy, and I expect that whoever takes the role on after you, I hope, irrespective of political affiliation, builds on that, and keeps the focus of the residents of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough being what this is all about, and it's about doing things for them. So I thank you for all your hard work. I know it's taken a personal toll on you, but I wish you and your family every happiness in the future, and I look forward to bumping into you occasionally as well, and have the occasional cup of tea or coffee. Thank you.
I will be brief because it's very hard to follow the lovely things that Bridget said. I just simply wanted to say I think all of us who offer to be in politics are quite brave, because we never know quite what faces us, and we never know quite what giving that public service will bring. I think it's a really tough role to do, but we do it because we care passionately about the places that we serve. I think it's the thing that unites all of us. I'd like to thank you for your service, because most of us don't necessarily finish a session knowing that we're not coming back, and there was quite often people will offer themselves up for election again. So it's quite nice to be able to say goodbye to somebody in this scenario rather than in an election hall, where in the madness of that moment. But I would just like to say, our loss in terms of your service in the political realm is the gain back within the health service realm. I have met many people who've met you in that capacity, who speak very warmly of the service that you give in that role. I'm hoping that this stepping back from the political front line frees you to do more of what you also deeply care about, to benefit our residents going forward. But thank you, because anybody who offers themselves up in public life, it's a tough ask, and it often is not necessarily the journey we all expect. So thank you very much for doing that, and we wish you very well for the future.
Thank you for those words. Much appreciated. Okay, 5 public questions, and we have the honour, I would call it, of Julia Cunnington, a Wittering resident, who is here today, accompanied by Sue McGill, who would have got a public question. Would you like to come up to the table and ask your question?
Am I on? I am. We are nearly 1 year in of Castor, Aylesworth, Wantsford and Wittering bus service being reinstated. The bus service has been a success, and we continue to support the service. A big thank you to Nick, Anna and all of your team at CPCA. Without you, this would not have been possible. People's lives, including children, have been greatly improved because of this service that has been reinstated. My question is, because we had to ask a question, my question is, how will the combined authority work with residents to develop the timetable for our rural bus route to better help the usage of local residents, because it really has been a success. So thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Julie, and thank you, Sue, for the question. The bus service 27 was set up following significant work from yourselves as residents. And I often talk about yourselves as an example as how to work with the combined authority to develop an example of community engagement, collaboration to deliver improvements, particularly in public transport realm and with the buses. So I do know, having travelled it, how important the bus service has been to the local community and the significant time you yourselves as residents have put into the service maps and publicising the service to make it work. You know, it's lobbying to get a service is one thing. Making sure that people have said they're going to use it, then use it, and it becomes part of the routine. You've done that in Bucketload, so thank you. I am aware that as the residents' groups had the most recent meeting in late February, officers from the Combined Authority attended, and I'm keen for our public transport team to continue working with you as residents on improving the service further in future and working through specific details of frequency, places served, and other ideas residents have. Indeed, I was only this week, as I said, meeting residents from Mainey and their councillor representatives about how do we get better engagement, and I often quote the work that we've done with you as a kind of exemplar. Look, following the decision, and it is probably the most important decision that I've made as a mayor to franchise the region's bus network, the combined authority in future will be able to specify this and other routes in the regions to ensure true integration of services and ensure residents have bus services and public transport that works for communities, not just what is driven by commercial purposes. It's not just about money, it's also about what it means in terms of connecting people for jobs, training opportunities, friendships. So you do that in Bucketload. You're a fantastic example of what good community advocacy is about, and long may that continue working with yourselves, the Combined Authority, and our constituent members. You have a supplementary question.
Really, it's just that I really wish that that councillors would actually see how important a bus service is, because not all do. And not everybody has a car, not everybody can drive. Children need to get to places, teenagers need to get to places. And it's really thinking about all in villages, not just some.
I think it's words that are echoed and hopefully
Thank
increasingly is being heard by all councillors across all our constituent authorities. And, you know, and to be fair, generally we've been very keen and pleased to see how councillors from across the whole of our region has been engaging in lots of consultation about future bus services. So I'm very positive about it, and I think your message is a strong one.
That's great. Thank you very much.
See you soon.
Thank you.
We've received no petitions for this meeting, so the next thing is to move on to item 7, which is our forward plan. Slightly strange for me to look at, but you know, I can see some of the things and what we're planning going forward. Are there any questions or comments, or can we take that as approved? Okay, so there is a forward plan. I look forward to seeing how it develops in the future. We need to move on to item 8, which is the Combined Authority Board and Committee memberships. This report asks us to note various changes that have been made to members and substitutes on committees and the board since our last meeting in February. Does anyone have any questions regarding these changes? Okay, we've been asked to note changes, which we've done. No vote is required. Okay, item 10. We've, as I say, on the published agenda, as I've moved item 9 to be heard later. This is the highlights report from Rob Bridge, Chief Executive. It's your turn to introduce the report. Thank you, Rob.
So, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to expand on a few of the elements of the report. So I think, first of all, thank you to those colleagues in the room and those that who were able to join us on Friday at our follow-up event to the parliamentary event reception in January in preparation for UK REEF. We had over 80 businesses and investors in the room from across the area and wider. I think there was a really good conversation, a number of panels, and real interest in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and the whole region, and what investors can do to help us deliver our local growth plan and the ambition for the area. So I think that's really positive, and I know that for board members, your economic development officers and teams have been heavily involved in that and will be heavily involved in the details for UK REEF, which is not far away. I think building on that, we were very pleased to welcome the Minister, Baroness Gustafsson, to Huntingdon a few weeks ago. And again, that was talking about the National Industrial Strategy, how our region fits into the National Industrial Strategy. We also were able to accommodate a discussion around some specific sites in our area, and more importantly, our local growth plan. But it was also really good for the Baroness to have a chance to visit one of our leading companies in the region of Paragraph, who is doing some amazing stuff around graphene electronics, and something that's really important for our area and for the country and the world. I think just a few other things. We progressed the Strategic Place Partnership. That will probably be discussed in a little bit more detail when we talk about the English Devolution White Paper, because that is an integral part of the expectation in the Devolution White Paper, and it's really pleasing that we are ahead of that trajectory. There's been further meetings of the Cambridge Advisory Panel, which several members of the board around this table sit on as part of the Cambridge Delivery Group, and advising Peter Freeman and his team around some of the key things that they're starting to focus on as we head into the next stage of the spending review. But obviously that key focus being around the growth and those challenges around growth that are set out in terms of transport, water and housing, and beyond just the Greater Cambridge footprint. As you know, we have a Youth Guarantee Trailblazer for a youth guarantee, so we're hoping to get more details of that. Andrew and the team have been feeding into the DWP in terms of what that will look like. We hope to be able to announce that soon. That will focus on people who are challenged to get into education or employment. I think that's a very important role for the Combined Authority. It's good that we are a trailblazer. And then I suppose the other two things I wanted to mention, continual rollout of Tiger on Demand, but the success of the Tiger Pass. You may well have seen we have now had 1 million journeys, and I know the Mayor is hosting a sort of celebration of that at Hamilton at the weekend in terms of 1 million passenger journeys. And I suppose that's then to close on, actually the Tiger Pass has been recognised within the Local Government Chronicle Awards for Campaign of the Year, which I think is really good. And you would expect me to say I'm obviously quite pleased that we have been recognised to have been one of the most improved organisations, councils, combined authorities, a recognition from peers of our progress, which I think is really, really important. And hopefully we can be successful in June. And I will pause there, Mayor, and obviously happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Rob. Many highlights. I appreciate. Can't go through all of them, but it's a good summary. And again, just a reflection. This didn't used to exist when we first did the board meetings. I think it has become a thing that we do at thematic committees and at the board. And one of the things I'd like to acknowledge is that the recognition as a combined authority, we do have to, sometimes fly the flag for our successes as well as accept when we're challenged and not doing things right. So it's a perfect example to reflect on the board, but also showing to the world. Over to you, Councillor Conboy.
Thank you. Really helpful reports. Thank you. And it's always good to have the summary because so much goes on and it's good to see it all in one place. This is not a party political comment, so please, I don't want it to be construed as such. But the Youth Guarantee Trailblazer, I think, will be more important now than it probably was before yesterday's announcements around welfare changes. you will know, because it's already in my pecuniary interest, that I'm involved in the world of special educational needs. But I can say that on the back of yesterday's announcements, there's quite a lot of uncertainty around the community of parent carers who have children 16 plus, who may not tip over into employment and probably could. There are clearly those that cannot and will not, and we understand that. So it's just really, I suppose, a request to the Combined Authority. I think if there are things as that trailblazer starts to emerge, there is a community out there that might have an increased interest in how they can access that for their children and young people, because suddenly those changes will impact upon some of the opportunities those children and young people will now need to be thoroughly exploring. So I think, bizarrely, out of something which for some families will feel quite difficult, there's potentially an opportunity to do something really good. So I'm really pleased that at least that's coming on stream. So if there is more we can do, and particularly getting the message out about that opportunity, I think that would be really welcome amongst lots of our communities. Thank you.
Over to you, Bridget.
Thank you. So I just want to pick up on what Sarah said. So listening to the news this morning, I'm going to try and listen to the Dimbleby lecture later today, which I think Gareth Southgate, isn't it, has given, which is about the really, really alarming rise in worklessness, unemployment in young men in particular. And I think, I heard him on the radio this morning talking about, the lack of strong male role models and so on. I do think it would be something that might be quite, perhaps the Skills Committee might like to, discuss whether there's any opportunities for us to fill a gap and address it. I think it said that it's gone up by 37%, young men not in work or training. And I think for young women it was 7%, forgive me if I've not got the figures exactly right. But, this is an absolute crisis. And, I just wonder whether we need to review what we're doing to make sure that we are actually targeting the problem rather than providing a solution which is a mismatch with what the actual problem is.
I'd acknowledge it. It's not a political point. I think it's a social point, in that we need to acknowledge that there has been significant changes, and a lot has been said about that turning point of 5 years ago in a COVID pandemic and how that may have had huge influences on how we work. Nice to be lobbied from the side. But it's funny, actually, going back to the point you make, Sarah, obviously I've had a lot of time over the last 4 years to kind of learn about what happens in local government. It wasn't something I was really abreast with regard to being in opposition as a district councillor. I think there is a huge opportunity where more devolution and the expectation how we work, possibly in the public health realm, but particularly with the Integrated Care Board. Of course, there is work that we're doing. I literally say it because when I walk away from this, and the job I'll be doing is I fill out forms for PIP assessment. It's a funny old world where there is politics that I've kind of seen in action, and I'll have the benefit of knowing, well, these are the avenues that people can still get support, but the opportunities where frontline, primary care and all of those primary care, as well as secondary line in hospitals, they have that narrative of the work that's been done in the NHS, that's been worked in social care, is actually absolutely needs to be aligned with the work of the combined authorities and other local authorities to ensure that this problem, this, I call it what you're in, the tsunami of unskilled or whatever is tackled. So long may that continue, and anything I can do from a different position, I'll be there to support. So are there any other comments? Thank you, Chief Executive. I really have appreciated all your highlight reports, and again, I think there will be many more to come. Now we go on to a more prosaic item 11, which is about delegations to officers, but they are important due to the fact, as I understand it, we're moving into a period of PERDA, and for that reason I'm going to ask Matt, as our Director of Legal and Governance and Monitoring Officer, to introduce the report. Just for the record, these obviously will need votes, and I think what we're going to do is, are we going to do them we'll do recommendation at A first to discuss that now. For this one, we are asking, it's Kate, and it's Kate, you're going to speak to this one, yeah. So this is with regard to delegating authority about negotiations involving the Oxford-Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership legacy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And good morning, members. The pre-election period is almost upon us. This represents today the last formal meeting of the combined authority before we move into the election, and also then on until June. So this leaves a gap for officers seeking decisions from members, which is wider than the normal timetable for the gaps between meetings. I understand reports such as this may have come to you in the past. Obviously, officers have worked hard to plan for the gap, but it's difficult to allow for everything, and there are two matters which may need a decision during this period, where we consider that existing delegations may not suffice. So my colleagues, as the Chair has mentioned, are here to speak to those particular recommendations to give you some background for your consideration as to whether or not you're prepared to allow those to be put in place during this period, as I've mentioned. So I think, as you said, Chair, if it's Kate first, if that's okay.
Yeah, Kate, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the delegation relating to the Oxcam regional partnership, I'd just like to take this opportunity, I suppose, to provide a bit of an overview in terms of what's in the paper, but also an update in terms of some of the conversations and progress that has been happening since the paper was actually published a week ago. So at the time of writing the board paper, the Pan-Regional Partnership Board was still waiting to receive confirmation from government as to whether or not there would be any transitional funding for them for 2025-2026. As board members will be aware, you will have received an update email from the Chief Exec earlier this week. Last Thursday, the Pan-Regional Partnership Board did receive confirmation that there would be no transitional funding for 2025-26. Accordingly, the Pan-Regional Partnership Board will continue with the closure arrangements over a two-stage process. So that's stopping programme delivery by the end of the financial year, the end of this month, then with an intention to close down the company by the end of June. So that was the plan. Obviously, government confirmed that there was no funding, so now there is the potential to look to close down the company earlier. So that may be a close down before the end of June to prevent unnecessary expenditure. As you'll be aware, within the English Devolution White Paper, which we'll be talking about later in the agenda, there is an increased role for strategic mayoral combined authorities and very much a steer from government for combined authorities, whatever their formation across the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, to be working together. So for the combined authority, we believe that there is a role for us to be supporting the transitional arrangements for the pan-regional partnership, but working very closely with government, and particularly in light of government's announcement and Sir Patrick Vallance being appointed the minister championing the corridor. Sir Patrick Vallance and his team are still developing their thinking around the corridor and what role they may or may not want to play. So for us as the combined authority, we are looking at working with England's economic heartlands to identify what opportunities there are to take forward some of the Oxcam Pan-Regional Partnership legacy activity, which is summarised in paragraph 3.6. But essentially, it's looking at making sure that the Regional Data Observatory and the analytical services, if I can get my teeth in, are not lost. Looking at opportunities around the Innovation Network of Networks, strategic networks, the International Investment Prospectus, and advocating for the adoption, advocating and promoting the environmental principles that have been adopted, as well as opportunities to continue to promote the narrative around the importance of the corridor. So those discussions, obviously this is moving quite quickly, hence the need for a delegation. The Mayor yesterday received a letter from the Minister, again just reiterating the closure of the Pan-Regional Partnership, the funding not proceeding, but also really talking about wanting mayoral combined authorities, strategic authorities, local partnerships to identify and develop kind of bottom-up solutions, I suppose, in terms of how we want to work across the corridor. So that is, I think, a summary of where we're at. In terms of what we believe we should be looking for, and we would welcome a steer or comment from yourselves, is that we are not looking to recreate what the Pan-Regional Partnership had set up. That is not what government is looking for. That we should be trying to find a pragmatic solution in terms of some short term, it might be a little bit longer than short term, but some transitional arrangements that will ensure that the data observatory is not lost, and we would be looking to support that. Absolutely, we would be wanting to champion and support the ongoing waving the flag for the environmental principles as they seem important, and that we would continue to work with Sir Patrick Vallance, the new government team that is merging, and perhaps be a little bit more visible in terms of the role that we play across the emerging corridor space, given the devolution white paper and the focus that is being placed on the combined authorities. In taking some of that forward, I suppose the bit I haven't mentioned, but to just touch on, there are not sizable reserves sitting in the Pan-Regional Partnership, and there are not staffing transfer arrangements. So what we are talking about is finding very much a pragmatic transitional arrangement that may see us taking a small amount of that reserve funding to support some of those activities. So I'm happy to take any questions, and I don't know, Chief Executive, if there's anything that you wanted to add to that. Yes.
Yes, I think.
Sorry, I was going to.
I think that there is there's a change to the published request for the delegation. So the delegation would now read to delegate authority to the Director of Policy and Engagement in consultation with the Chief Executive, Monitoring Officer, Executive Director Resources, and the Board to include the transfer of some or all of the Oxford-Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership legacy work to the Combined Authority. So that would be the recommendation. Thank you.
Richard, do you want to come in now?
Thank you very much. I must declare an interest because I'm a board member of the PRP, as is the Mayor, but I presume that should be on my records. But I don't think it prevents me talking about this.
Do you want to speak?
I would like to speak about it. Thank you. All right. So I support what's in the paper. I think it's a shame the PRP has been cancelled, because actually I think it leaves a void for the kind of opportunity capture along East West Rail, and I think that's a shame. I suspect the government will either wake up to this in the shorter term and recreate something of its own, because obviously there's going to be a time delay before all these strategic authorities are in place along the whole East-West Rail line. I think it's right and proper that it sits with us, because, you know, we will be here, you know, hopefully for the long term, which other bodies might not be. And if we are custodians of it, but not just putting it all on the shelf to gather dust, you know, these are live documents which are, you know, of significant use to people. Actually, a huge amount of money and effort has gone into their creation, and it's important that they are kept relevant and kept up to date. So I hope enough money comes along with them that allows us to do that. As I say, I think it's politics. I understand why this government might want to axe something that was they've inherited from the last government, but I think it is a mistake. You know, hopefully we will be able to fill the gap in some respect, and then, you know, we will have these mayoral authorities, which Jim McMahon has made perfectly clear will fulfil the role that the PRPs have been filling, of joining together different local authorities. The shame of it is that it was a coalition of the willing rather than something that was imposed top down onto us. And it's difficult enough to get people in local government to agree and be willing, and to dismantle something where everybody was working together is a shame. My particular interest is obviously in the environment principles, which I think set really ambitious but very achievable targets for green growth. And if there was a way of us making that a bit more front and centre, I think we can use them as a tool to make Cambridgeshire and Peterborough absolute exemplars for the very, very best in green growth. Thank you.
I'm going to Al, because you had your hand up, and then Sarah. Sorry, Lucy. Al.
Thank you, Chair. I do largely agree with Bridget. I have a declaration of interest too, because as Chair of the Business Board, I also had a seat on the Pan-Regional Partnership. And I agree in the sense that absolutely a coalition of the willing, and I agree in the sense that actually there's some really fundamentally important work that was done there, albeit some of the work, when we look more about the observatory and some of the investment prospects, maybe the quality reflects the breadth of our region, or could be reflected more widely and more purposefully. My fundamental position is that I agree we should make sure that the work is not lost, particularly the environmental work. However, there's a big caveat. Time and time again, all over the place, we see inheritance of data not being continued and developed, and actually its value diminishes very quickly. In fact, in the sense of some of the key areas here and investment and other opportunities, if it's not kept live, frankly, it can be a distraction and it can misinform as well as it can inform. And we would all know that during the journey of the observatory, there were points where the bright little twinkling lights did not reflect our region in full, but only just very clear, certain distinct places. So I think it's a really positive, but I think we've got to be really mindful that it's not what we want to do and how we want to get it, but the big question is why. What are we actually going to use it for? What's its purpose? Do we have the capacity to maintain it? Otherwise, frankly, let somebody else who's got the capacity and the will take it themselves.
Oh, I think it was Sarah. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful reflections. Thank you. I don't have an issue in principle to taking the work forward. I do have some reservations around what we're going to inherit and actually how useful it will be. And I do think we should have some resource to manage that, because this is additional work that we weren't expecting. But on the other hand, if it fits comfortably with building a wider argument for some of the things that we do want to see across our region, then I think that's helpful. The only thing I would say is, can we be really, really careful about the messaging? Whilst Pan-Regional Partnership has come a long way from the Oxcam arc, I still get an awful lot of my members who are anxious around some of the earlier messaging and perceptions, and will have angst if we are taking this on as a combined authority. So I think the clarity around the messaging about environmental benefits, about not building at any cost. In other words, it's about sustainable, suitable growth in the right places. I think the messaging will be really important, and it will be very important on the back of the local government reorganisation conversations and devolution more broadly. So no objections in principle, but can we be really thoughtful about the messaging so that people understand that we are not necessarily taking on an agenda, but I am pleased that if it was a willing coalition of partners, actually, if we are able to do anything that continues a willing coalition of conversation that actually benefits wider than just those of us at the end of the corridor, I would like to see this benefit the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, right out to the very northern bits and the very eastern bits, because I think that's really important. Thank you.
Absolutely agree. And to be fair, I think that mirrors the point that Bridget, is that one of the things that our ARP partnership, I understand, was that we were showing trailblazing, is the phrase often used. You were trailblazing with regard to a PRP that focused particularly on sustainability and the environment. So if it is an agreement that we come to, I think we should be building on that, and just to acknowledge that. On that note, over to you, Lucy. Councillor.
Thank you. I'm not going to disagree with anything that anybody has said so far. I also think that this is important for us not to lose the work that has been done. I'm going to express a certain amount of frustration at the endless in-out, check it all about policies of successive governments on this. I mean, we've had the Oxcam ARC, and then we didn't have the Oxcam ARC, and then we had the Pan-Regional Partnership, and now we have not the Pan-Regional Partnership. And every time you make those changes, it wastes a considerable amount of time and taxpayers' money, and it is deeply frustrating. And every government comes up with the idea, it kind of decides that there is a need for cross-region working in this area. It's not surprising there's a need for cross-region working. It is a region of very fast growth, and it's also a region of deeply stressed environmental issues, particularly water. And some of that is about lack of water in some places, and some of it's about too much water at particular times in other places. And we do need to work with our partners across the region on that, and we particularly need to think about working with Bedford on the Ouse catchment and all of that work. We need to not lose that, but it is deeply frustrating that it keeps being kind of reinvented in different ways, and it reduces the impact of that work very, very significantly. So I'm happy to support this, but I just wanted to express that considerable frustration. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. The covering paper says there's no financial implications arising from the decision we're being asked to take, and yes, delegating powers doesn't immediately equal financial costs. However, talking about taking on, for example, in the email that you kindly sent out, Rob, taking on the data observatory obviously does have certainly resource implications, and resource always equals money. So there obviously are financial implications, and it talks about maybe getting our hands on some of the reserves that are in the organisation in order to do that. I guess my more overriding question is, why is the new structure not interested in taking over these assets and the work that has taken place? You know, it's high quality work. Why does it fall upon us to do that? And if we are going to provide a delegation, what I would like to understand is what is the effort going to be made in order to pass those assets and work and data and information on to the structure that's being tasked with delivering, because we are not the delivery body. We're an important part of that, but we're quite a small part at one end of the project. So I'd like to understand that is the motivation, and why can't the new structure that's been set up just immediately take on these assets and whatever they are. I'm not particularly close to this. I don't sit on the board, and I've not been involved, so I haven't got the working knowledge that others have.
I think it would be helpful if maybe you gave a response to that, Rob, and I can maybe sort of give a sort of political answer.
Right. So, I mean, one of the things I wanted to come in and actually say is that obviously we talked about changing the recommendation, and the reason, just to be clear to you as a board, is because obviously the letter came last week. I think there might be an expectation that things might be quicker than in terms of closing, which is before our next board meeting. So that just want to be, it's purely to try and work through that timing. I think, Councillor Bay, you make a really fair point. We have been talking to, and Kate alluded to, some of the officers that are now in the new growth corridor team, but they still are finding their feet in terms of what Lord Valence is wanting to do. I think they're very keen on the data part. That's what became very clear in the conversation yesterday. And so I expect, as the coming weeks go on, we might find actually they do want to take more of a role in that. And that's the conversations we're trying to have. I think, back to though what Kate said, there's still the expectation when you read the letters and obviously the white paper about mayoral strategic authorities, and there still needs to bed down an understanding of how they work when you have something like a growth corridor led by a minister, as well as potentially mayoral strategic authorities. And if you think about what may happen in that central area and across to Oxfordshire, and you look at the timings, you know, you're not likely to see some mayoral strategic authorities for maybe a year to 2 years. So I suppose give you assurance we are trying to work through with the new team whether or not they want to take some of those things on. Your point about the finances, I think that needs to be worked through. I mean, I think the cost of the data observatory, there will be some costs. There will be, you know, in terms of how you host that and whatever that looks like. And that's why we would want some of those reserves, so that it's cost neutral to us in terms of those costs. and how we fit that into our team. That's why, you know, we're here today with not enough information to give you every single answer, which is why we're saying we want to consult with the board. You know, and it'll be outside of the meeting cycles because of the timings of this, so that you are clear. And if you say and you have concerns about elements of that, then we can be feeding that back into the regional partnership officers that are left, because we don't want to be taking on stuff that leave us with, I suppose, I don't use the word liability in a bad way, but I don't want us to have stuff that then causes us some concerns. I don't think the environmental principles is such a concern. That's something that we have been heavily involved in, and it really is about actually making colleagues across that area hopefully adopt them and push the message of it. I think the data observatory bit is the bit that we just need to understand better. I suspect that Lord Valence's team will want that quicker than we will. So I don't think we'd be holding it for very long, but I think they're still finding their feet. I know that's not quite a definitive answer for you, which is the nature of a letter last Thursday and our board this week, but I think we'll be working hard to ensure that actually something that covers the whole area is owning the stuff for the whole area rather than us in the medium term.
Bridget, you indicated you...
No, Rob knows more than I do, so that's been really helpful. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to comment? My only observation would be kind of building on, responding to yours, Lucy, is that I share those frustrations, and you know, you've been around longer than I have from that thing saying in out, shaking all the hokey cokey. But I think one of the reasons why it has gone in the way that it has, I think a lot of it's down to the Devolution white paper and what has been shown up in the north. You know, I've spoken at some meetings where I've said it's a bit lonely being the only mayor, the only combined authority in the east, and the point at where, and it's obviously going to change come May the 1st, the point at where you can begin to become part of a bigger area, you know, what that will be, going out east or moving closer to maybe possible Midlands type neighbours, will give more strength. And it's interesting because that phrase of what once was the welcome, Dennis, come in, you know, what once was referred to as the Northern Powerhouse. Interestingly, the mayors up there have moved away from that kind of historical description, and actually are embracing something called the Great North. And they're even running kind of whole days together where 5, 6 of them join together. And I look forward to the day when I see the mayor of the combined authority for Cambridge and Peterborough sitting alongside possible representation from Lincolnshire and Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex. And I think it will be stronger. And that's where the PRPs are thinking. And so maybe a bit of an explanation as to why they've done it, because they want combined authorities to take it over, because they've seen the success, I would argue, that's happening with the Great North, or perceived success. Do we want to do a vote on that one now and then go on to the next one, or do we? Okay, can we just, we'll do a vote on this actual recommendation first, and then we'll move on to the next one, which is B. So I note originally we were going to have Edna as lead member for governance, but I don't know if she's not here.
Take a proposal.
Well, I'll propose it, if that's okay, and well, that makes perfect sense.
I'm awfully sorry. Could the revised recommendation be read out again now that because
Yeah.
I honestly I wanted to get my head around it first. And
Sure. So this is a resolution to delegate authority to the Director of Policy and Engagement in consultation with the Chief Executive, Monitoring Officer, Executive Director Resources and the Board to conclude the transfer of the scheme or all of the Oxford-Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership legacy work to the combined authority.
I mean, the big point is the addition of, we're going to speak to the board.
I think as the Chief Executive mentioned, that change from the letter that came in last week had meant that the idea was final ratification from the board. I think from a point of view of officers, it'll be clear that whatever happens here, there are going to be updates brought back to members anyway. Thanks.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd say I'm happy to propose. I'll take a second from Bridget Smith. Those in favour? Okay. Against? And abstaining? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, that's passed. So now can move on to the B, which is another delegation to officers, and this is to be, this is with regard to tendering of any bus routes. Flippantly, any bus routes. But over to you, Judith, with regard to this delegation.
So, very briefly, we are seeking a delegation to myself working with the Chief Finance Officer and Monitoring Officer to consider the tendering of any bus routes where an operator gives us notice that they're intending to stop providing that service in the coming weeks, if that were to occur. The reason for that, you'll be aware, of course, that the overwhelming majority of bus services in this area are provided commercially, but we do also have contracted services that we have contracted and paid for. And clearly, the desire of this board is to retain the best network. There is the possibility that we might be notified during the coming weeks of either an operator withdrawing from a commercial service because they believe that it doesn't make sufficient profit, or that they may choose to withdraw from a contracted service if that indeed isn't providing them with a profit that they consider to be satisfactory. So what we are asking for in this delegation is that we are able to, by working with senior officers, to commence a procurement up until or before the 4th of June to ensure service continuity. The reason is that procurement can take quite a long time. If, for instance, we were notified, for instance, next week of a withdrawal of a service, although that it seems like quite a long time until June, actually the time that procurement would take, we would need that time in order to be able to ensure service continuity. Now, we are in a slightly different place to how we have been previously. As a result of the mayoral decision to franchise, the period of bus operators needing to notify us and then being able, well, notify the traffic commissioner and then withdraw a service has extended from 70 days to 112 days. But obviously, any procurement takes time, and if we were seeking to fill the gap of any withdrawn service, we would still need to act swiftly in order to be able to enable service continuity, although of course we will enforce the 112-day period to ensure the maximum service continuity than we can. So we're hoping not to need this delegation, but it gives us the possibility of, within the financial envelope that we have, of being able to respond to any service withdrawals that any operator may notify us of in the coming weeks. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions? Okay. No. Oh, sorry, Anna. My apologies. Anna, Councillor Smith.
I wanted to say this seems a very prudent piece of advice, so I'm very supportive of this proposal.
Okay. Councillor Bain.
I don't have questions. Are we
Yeah,
going into the comments as well?
Comments,
I'm sorry, I'm not going to support this. We've been running bus services at 10 times the per passenger cost of our benchmark, which we all agreed, a benchmark of £12 per passenger journey. And we're still running bus services that are costing way over 10 times that. And I sit here nearly a year on from the number 9, having been hollowed out, the Littleport to Cambridge service, and I've been working for 11 months to try and push to get that properly reinstated. It's devastated, that service. 62.5% loss of passengers on that route. And I have no understanding why we still haven't commissioned a third bus service. But I'm not going to sit here and just write a blank cheque for bus services for, you know, putting it bluntly, the private sector to be able to hand in their chips and cash them in at the combined authority. Just not going to do it. It's not a comment about officers at all. It's a comment that we should stick to our guns on our benchmark that we set ourselves, and we failed catastrophically to do that. And I don't think we should just place our blank chequebook on the table until the 4th of June. And I also don't understand why it would be in place until the 4th of June, because there will be a new mayor as of the 2nd of May. And so I'm sorry, I just can't support this at all.
Oh, sorry, Councillor French.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't been involved in this now. I don't know too much about it. And I will abstain because I don't have the information. But what I am deeply concerned about, that you seem to have forgotten Fenland exists. Many, you've cut them off in the village. Christchurch is non-existent. Wisbeach to March, you can't get a bus after 4:30 in the afternoon when people want to come back from work, etc. So I'm sorry, this has gone on for a long time with regard to Maney, Christchurch, etc. And I will abstain.
Councillor Conboy.
So I should be brief. I'm happy to support this on the basis it's a short-term delegation to get us through. Can officers just confirm for me, because I can't see my diary quick enough, when's our next board meeting? It's the 4th of June, the next board meeting. So in other words, it covers the gap because we will not have a board meeting. And I'm assuming, therefore, the only way we could progress it would be to call an extraordinary meeting if there was something that came up. And I'm not sure on a practical basis, I understand Councillor Bailey's concerns, but equally, if that was the difference between a service succeeding and us being able to get on and do what we need to do, I think I'm happy to go with the pragmatic proposal of till the 4th of June, but I would be hoping that we didn't need to use it.
Councillor Lessinger.
I am with Sarah Conboy on this, in that I hope we won't need to use this, partly because I hope that none of our bus operators will remove any services in that period. I think it would be deeply unhelpful if they did. But given that hope that that will not happen, if there were bus operators who remove services for whatever reason, and sometimes there are reasons why they do that, I think it's very important for the Combined Authority to be able to respond to that in a way that makes sure that our residents are able to continue to rely on services. I am quite sure that the Combined Authority officers will have noted Anna's comments about it not being a blank cheque. And if these are services that are very little used and where actually booking a taxi for the people using them would be cheaper, I'm sure that they will bear that in mind. But I just think it's, given that we don't know what the bus operators might do, this is an important delegation for our officers to have, and I'm happy to support it. I think it would be helpful if, Rob, you could undertake to let us know if there is any need to use this, but I'm happy that the delegation exists. Thank you.
Any more comments? Okay, well, there's a few points raised there. I think all of them, many of which I can agree with. It's an interesting word, hope. You can't run a bus service on hope. But residents who are using services can't just hope that the bus may turn up. And I would argue that's why, as a board, we've made a very definitive decision that we want to stop living on hope and we start living on, to some extent, and it has to be, as referenced by Councillor Bailey, it has to be seen as value for money, but there's a period of transition. I absolutely acknowledge about the number 9 services hollowed out, but it was hollowed out by the operator, and I'll say that on public record. It was hollowed out, and we've been unable to kind of replicate it because of challenges about the system that we work in. We need to, we've got challenges in Maney. I met, obviously, representatives from Maney only this week. Changes to the services there, which were, again, requested by another operator. But we are where we are in terms of what has happened over decades in terms of bus deregulation, and luckily we can start changing that moving forward. So unfortunately, as you sort of alluded to, it's not a blank, the ability to write a blank cheque. It's about making sure that we don't forget our residents who are dependent on the services. We've seen it before. it's been done to us before, out of the blue, sometimes seemingly very uncaring, and I'm not prepared, you know, in the last few things, I'm glad that there's a general sense of agreement that we have to be seen as strong to be able to challenge this sort of narrative where the operators sometimes have more power than actually the voice of the communities. And we are the voice of the communities, so I will be supporting the need for this delegation. Can we move to the vote, please? Well, I'll certainly propose it, and I'll need a seconder. I'll take you, Anna, Deputy, as the lead for transport. Those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? Okay, passed on a majority. Thank you. Thank you, Judith. Kate. Now we move to the item 12, which is the local growth plan update. This is to be presented by our Executive Director for Economy and Growth, Richard Kenny. If you'd come to the table, Richard. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so the local growth plan, the report in front of you gives us an update on where we are in terms of preparing our local growth plan. But just before I go into the content of where we've got to in terms of those discussions and negotiations, I just wanted to just re-emphasise how important the local growth plan actually is. It's going to be a statutory plan, so it's got legal force. A 10-year strategic plan for the area, and Whitehall officials are describing it as the guiding star of all plans, and in that sense I still think that they're looking at it as a means to integrated settlements, and integrated settlements are the route to becoming an established mayoral strategic authority. So if we think about that, and the white paper sets that out very clearly, having a credible local growth plan that has got the buy-in of government is going to be crucial to the development of this combined authority moving forward. So really important that we get it right. And that's why the first phase of the development of the local growth plan has taken some considerable time, because what we're trying really hard to do is negotiate a position with government. And we're working with Whitehall across multiple government departments, trying to agree a set of priorities with government to not just inform the National Industrial Strategy, but that is a key part of it, but other things that are going on across policy changes within government. And those negotiations have been taking a lot of time, a lot of resource from the combined authority, a lot of capacity to negotiate those positions. The feedback from government is very positive. So they are saying that they agree with the things that we've put on the table as the key priorities in terms of our key sectors, our priority clusters in terms of growing the economy. And they do see Cambridge and its wider area and the potential of Peterborough as really important for the economy moving forward. So we're in a really good place in terms of the contribution that the area makes to the economy, particularly in terms of its science and technology innovation, but also in terms of its growth potential. So I think we're in a really good place from that point of view. Some of the other things that we've been negotiating, particularly with MHCLG, are our other shared priorities, and those shared priorities reflect our infrastructure gaps, and I think those are pretty well articulated and known about. In terms of transport connectivity, in terms of energy and power, in terms of water, in terms of digital, but also the interrelationships with housing growth and affordable housing, and in terms of skills, and skills has already been mentioned this morning. So again, we're in a good place. We've negotiated and government agree that they share those priorities with us and see that those are the big barriers that are blocking growth in our wider area. And so now we are awaiting a remit letter that will come to the Mayor that will empower the Mayor to work collaboratively with this board, with the combined authority, to take those priorities forward, and those will be negotiated through the comprehensive spending review which takes place in June. So I think we've got ourselves into a really good place. Throughout those negotiations, we've been working with all the local authorities and wider partners and the business board to enable us to take that forward in a way which gets buy-in with our local partners and our local authorities. So I think in a good place. We're now entering into, as I say, we're waiting for that remit letter, and every combined authority in the country is also waiting for their remit letters. There's nothing being held back. In fact, we're probably one of the highest in the queue in terms of being ready to go. But the second bit really is the second phase of development, which is developing the local elements of the local growth plan, and that's really important too. So what we need to do is work out what we want to do about our key priorities and the infrastructure gaps, and we need to work collectively to work out what the interventions are, what the propositions are, what the asks and offers are to government, but also engaging with other government bodies and with the private sector to take those things further forward. And that's what we're entering into, and as the report sets out, we're getting some capacity support from consultants to help us with some of that work. We've developed an investment pipeline. As many of you know, we developed the investment prospectus, and we've built on that investment prospectus that we shared at UK Reef to develop those propositions. And that's where we're sort of moving forwards now, is to work through the remainder of the plan in terms of what do we want to do in terms of our infrastructure, in terms of transport, housing, planning, but also in terms of those priority sectors. But also, we also want to make sure that we don't lose sight of inclusive growth and the importance of addressing regional disparities and making sure that all parts of our region share in that growth, and that's really key to us as well. And so a key part moving forwards will be to develop those local priorities that matter most to our local communities and bring those and embed those into the plan as well moving forwards. So that's kind of where we've got to. The timeline is very much co-produced with government, because we can't just set out lots of milestones and say this is when the plan will be ready. We know we've got to publish it alongside the National Industrial Strategy and alongside the Comprehensive Spending Review in June, July time. In the summer is what government is saying. But we really need to work in tandem with government as we move forward. So we're very much held back by the pace at which government moves, and that's what we're trying to do. So we could go out and we could publish a local growth plan, and lots of places have published local growth plans, but I think they'll be revising and changing them as they negotiate further with government as we move forward. So we think it's best at the moment to continue to co-produce this plan with government, but also with our local partners and our local communities and our local authorities. And that's what the plan, the report sets out. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. First question, I think, or first comment from Al.
Thank you, Chair. I could comment quite a lot on this one because there's an awful lot in there. You won't be surprised from the Business Board's perspective, our overall position is one of support, not necessarily one of approval of how the process has to happen from a government down, because I think co-production in many eyes would look quite different to having to beat to the pace of the government drum, the policy drum, looking at a national level first and then trying to backfill where our local priorities fit in with that. However, we have got a very good and detailed set of our local growth priorities, the areas that we focus on and projects. I do believe capacity is king on this one, and we have a lot more to do in terms of connecting with local opportunities that start to feed upwards as downwards into that cohesive, co-produced plan that you refer to. So I know the Business Board supports the strategic plan, the focus areas that we have as our priorities, but I also believe at some point we need to be reacting to local opportunities just as much as we're reacting to government requirement need, and find that sweet spot where we can access the funding and support, but make sure we're mirroring and reflective of what we actually need on the ground.
Sarah, then.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Richard. You know, I'm really excited about the potential here, and thank you for recognising the whole of the Combined Authority region, because I sometimes worry that government in its narrative gets very focused on parts of our Combined Authority region and is not looking holistically and that's really important to all of our communities. You will expect me to say, because we've talked about it at length, I'm still bitterly disappointed that defence and agri-tech are not in there. I do think that we should keep that as an offer back to government. I think it might be more important now than it's ever been. And I think our area has a very, very vital role to play right the way across from sort of the west of Huntingdonshire all the way up just across the border into Suffolk and Norfolk. And the agri-tech bit, I think food security might be a lever that government will suddenly pay more attention, and if they're more interested in us using the words food security as a way of talking about our agri-tech sector, then I would be very grateful if we could do that. So I would just say keep gently pushing at that door, because I think the timing might mean that actually it suddenly is more welcome than it was, and I would really like to see us grow those opportunities in our communities. Thank you.
Just on that point of clarity, I'm going to get Richard in, because I think defence is. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. So good news on both fronts, actually. Defence is very much embedded into the National Industrial Strategy as a sector priority in its own right. We are actually having discussions with the Ministry of Defence now, so that's a move forwards in terms of its relationships, particularly around its relationships with digital and the tech opportunities linked to the defence sector, so that's really positive. The other good news is that the advanced manufacturing conversations now include agri-tech. So agri-tech has weaved its way in a slightly different way, but the advanced manufacturing conversation, both with DSIT and DBT, is focusing very much on agri-tech. So from both of those fronts. And the point you make about, the wider area, I suppose, sort of just commenting on the conversation that we just had previously, the Chancellor just made a massive announcement about the Oxcam corridor. I mean, a huge announcement. That was her economic growth speech. It seems to me that plugging in the whole region at one end of that corridor is a key, strategic move to make sure that the fast growth city of Peterborough, particularly, I think, and its wider area is embedded in that, in those arrangements. Because if you think about, the role that Milton Keynes plays and some of the things that it's been doing, why is, our wider region not being recognised fully in terms of the extent to which that corridor can actually go? And I think all the conversations we've had with officials has acknowledged and recognised that. So I think that's a massive opportunity for us.
Councillor Smith, Bridget.
Thank you very much. So a couple of questions. I'm just kind of trying to read between the lines of some of what's been said. So, this undoubtedly has turned into a top-down process. It doesn't feel as if we are in charge of our own destiny on this one. I'm interested to know whether that's unusual, whether it's because of, whether the government is taking control of this more in our region, because we are the focus for growth than in other regions, or other regions kind of getting on with it far more independently. So I'm interested in that. We've heard that this, I'm sensing, reading between the lines, that this is all taking longer than we anticipated. And I'd just like to understand why that is. Is it because we are waiting for the government to catch up with its comprehensive review and the National Industrial Strategy, or is it because we are arguing with government over the priorities? And if we are arguing with them, what are those arguments? And I need to understand, are they arguments that are worth us having? And then just one last question. You said that we're trying to agree a set of priorities with government and other things. I'd quite like to know what the other things are, please. I mean, if it's just the infrastructure stuff, that's fine. But if it's not just the infrastructure stuff, what are the other things that we are trying to agree with them?
On that final point, the other things, I'll let Richard come in, but our Chief Exec is keen to speak as well. Do you want to just clarify other things, Richard?
Sure, yeah. The other things like the Youth Guarantee Trailblazer, the Connect to Work, the Get Britain Working Plan. There's a lot of government announcements, as we can see in the white paper, of government policy developments. And so we're negotiating around some of those conversations. It feels like the conversation with DWP and DFE is sort of kind of in its own, silo in a sense, but going back to my point that I made about the guiding star, we need to embed skills and employment interventions into the local growth plan, even if there is a standalone Get Britain working plan as well. We'll have a suite of plans, the LTCP, a spatial development strategy plan. We're going to have multiple plans, but I think there's a really important point about embedding all of these things so that the local growth plan captures that cross-government view of the strategic offer of the area. In terms of the... Did you want me to end there? Yeah, thanks.
I'll let Rob's indicate that he wants to come in here, but I'd also just, as a in-between, you did say it, I've heard it said many times at mayoral meetings, frustration of a sense of being done to, but also a challenge, and to be fair to the Prime Minister, he has talked about, as maybe all Prime Ministers do, with central government and the structure of civil service, but it has absolutely always been about trying to do the 10-year growth plans cross-departmental, and I know that Rob, and maybe if you now come in, has been offered this opportunity where we're going to have a lot more conversations with the different departments in a more coordinated fashion. Previously, and I think this is where I definitely struggled, where previous mayors had, because they were more established or they had some knowledge or whatever, they were able to kind of pull strings and get access to contacts in various ministries. It's different now, more alignment, it has been made easier between a Labour mayor and a Labour government, but I think the narrative is about trying to change civil service at the heart so that you can push more power out and get more decision making by boards like this. Over to Rob, sorry.
So, so just a couple of things. I think the point around is this top-down. I think we've got to try and differentiate the difference between what is the local growth plan and what is the National Industrial Strategy and the shared priorities for unlocking growth. Be really clear, the local growth plan that the board will sign off in the summer will be something that is owned and developed by you, us, your officers on your behalf for the area. And that will be much broader and have much more, the points that Councillor Conboy made around some elements that may be more specific to certain parts of our region. It will make sure it covers all of it. The bit that's been going on since the summer of we're going to do a local growth plan has been how the National Industrial Strategy, which is top-down, right? Though people are feeding into it, that's been set, and then how all of this fits together. So I can see why people would think maybe the process hasn't been quite so co-production as we would have hoped, but it is about that balance between that national picture and, most importantly, the remit letter, which is the bit that's delayed. So coming to that second point that you mentioned, Councillor Smith, about what is causing the delay, is it us arguing? I don't think we are. I think we're having really progressive discussions with the ministerial teams and the civil servants. We are frustrated that the remit letter that we expected might have been last month hasn't come, but it hasn't come to any. They're all going to come at the same time, and that could be this week, that could be next week, and that, of course, is the important part of where we work jointly with government. And I suspect where this is why it's taking time is that is now in the mix of cross-departmental conversations in government to therefore agree across 12 MCAs the bits that will be the joint priorities and unlocking those growth areas in regions across the country and linking to the spending review, which we know is going to be quite a challenging spending review. So I think it's not any specific, there's disagreement. We're sort of in the hands of civil servants and ministers working through what they can agree as those joint priorities. Now they have been fed up, but we know what we should be having in those joint priorities that allow us then to get our local growth plan developed and have bits that we do locally as well as national input to help achieve it. I think probably worth stressing what we're wanting is a link to the Cambridge Delivery Group mentioned in that remit letter, because I am pressing really hard that it would be slightly obscure that the Cambridge Delivery Group work isn't somehow connected to our local growth plan and remit letter, especially if some of those things appear to be, you know, mentioning areas of the region, as we know might happen on transport. It needs to reference the Cambridge delivery work, and that is something we have been informed should happen, but we haven't seen it yet. And then the final bit, which the Mayor referred to, at the weekend I had confirmed to me by Beth Russell, who's the second permanent Secretary of the Treasury, that I now have senior civil servant buddies in every single government department. So I have a list of contacts at Director General and Director level for each department: Treasury, DFE, Skills, Department of Transport, etc., who are my go-to, and they're the go-to to Cambridge and Peterborough back to myself. They are going to be looking to arrange a place discussion, and they are to become our champions and voices within government on behalf of Cambridge and Peterborough. I haven't met with them, I know some of them. I will be meeting with them, and I also want to understand how we can, you know, at some point have a conversation with wider officials as well as members at that right time. But I think that's a very positive step in terms of, you know, we have challenges in our area, not just as a combined authority, but you as local authorities, that actually there's a way into senior civil servants if needed to try and unlock or work through some challenges.
So, as you can see, our Chief Executive is better connected than me, as the Mayor. Do you want to speak again, Bridget?
So, well, if I just move very quickly, so that's really interesting, and that's quite, again, I suspect that's quite unique, actually. So lots of interesting Christmas cards this year. Are those key people also going to be working with the Greater Cambridge Delivery Group?
Over to you.
One of my fundamental questions since I got my email on Sunday with my named contacts, and actually understanding which ones might be already connected to some of that work, and make sure we join it up, because I think that's really important. Back to my point about the remit letter, we need to be joining that up and making sure that one thing isn't going off in one direction to things we're doing, you know, ourselves. So that's why I will be checking out.
Well, we can ask Lord Valence tomorrow, can't we, when we meet with him? So totally good.
Richard, you, as a person, present the paper.
Yeah, no, I mean, just really briefly building on what Rob just said, was just to say the reason for it feeling like it's a bit top down is the comprehensive spending review. I mean, that's what's driving it. It feels like, although it's not as bespoke as it was before, we're still in deal making mode, even though it's slightly, you know, sort of nationalised now. So actually what we're trying to do is engage government so that we get a decent, you know, return from that engagement. That's the reason. Thanks.
And I know you're doing it, and you're working hard on it, Richard. Thank you. There's no more hands. Oh, sorry, there is. My apologies, Councillor Smith. Anna.
Thank you, and there's some really, really helpful comments and questions and clarifications that have been made, and particularly, Rob, thank you for those clarifications there. I think that's incredibly useful. I wanted to say a thank you and also highlight something on the paper that I thought was particularly interesting and useful here. So, Richard, thank you for the work that your team are doing on this. It's that balance, isn't it, with recognising that vital part that our area plays in innovation and prosperity nationally, and also then making that case for our area's strengths and needs, and for investment that must benefit our whole region, of course. I wanted just to point out, because I really love this graphic at 3.7. I think it's really helpful in summarising what we're looking at here. And I'm particularly pleased to see the role that broader infrastructure makes. So infrastructure beyond what we often think, which is transport, to think about the whole picture, including skills and housing in those infrastructure gaps there. Because what I think we're probably all keen to see is that we're supporting our businesses, and we're making sure that everyone in the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area can benefit from the investment and prosperity that will come. And this is going to help us do that. So I think this is an incredibly helpful graphic, really sums it up, and thank you for the work that you're doing, and I know we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Okay, we can move on, as I think we've been asked to note this report, which we have done and discussed. Thank you for the comments. No vote being required. Richard, you can stand down, and we can move on to the next item, which is our English Devolution White Paper. And this is to be presented by Kate McFarlane as our Director of Policy Engagement, who will introduce the report. Thank you. Please, anybody indicate if they want any breaks? You know, at the moment, just going on. I'm very much aware that there's a few people who have indicated they need to go at 1, so yeah, I've got a bit of a push here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We've been talking about the English Devolution White Paper quite a lot this morning already, and I guess what we're trying to do in this paper for the first time is to provide the board with a summary of the English Devolution White Paper, and particularly to pull out some of the key points and some of the areas of activity that the Combined Authority are already involved in responding to that devolution white paper in the short term. So the edited highlights, I suppose, given it's a huge document, is that essentially the devolution white paper was published December of last year. And I guess some of the highlights of it are talking about the creation of strategic authorities. And it does confirm that for existing combined authorities such as ourselves, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough will automatically become a mayoral strategic authority and can then become an established strategic authority. The paper clearly talks about a focus on and being driven by devolution by default. It provides a very clear devolution framework which lists a number of policy levers and functions and areas. And section 4 of the report provides a summary of those, and I'll come back to them in a moment. The white paper also talks about different funding levers and access to integrated settlement, but the status of the authority determines what you can access, and that is hopefully the Appendix 1 provides a helpful summary of some of those funding levers and functional areas depending on the status of the authority. I wasn't going to talk a huge amount about the local government reorganisation because you'll be all involved in that. But in terms of the paper specifically, I would just highlight, I suppose, section 4, where we do talk about and we try and pull out, as I've touched on, the creation of strategic authorities and the status of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, devolution by default, local growth plans that Richard has just talked about, an area of work that we're pushing on with. The devolution framework in paragraph 4.4 just gives a nod to funding investment in terms of the integrated settlement, talking about the strategic leadership and the strategic role of mayors through the Council of Nations and Regions and other mayoral setups like the Mayoral Data Council that are now emerging. And then again, moving through the paper, we've talked about skills and employment and the importance of the trailblazer. Housing and strategic planning features very strongly within the devolution white paper, and colleagues around the table will be aware that the Planning and Infrastructure Bill was launched last week, and that provides, again, further information across a number of areas, but particularly includes the requirement of spatial development strategies to be produced. Moving beyond that, the white paper talks again about English economic development and regeneration, the importance of export growth programmes, touches on environment and climate change, and talking about the continued role of things like the local nature recovery strategy, and weaves in health, wellbeing and public sector reform that covers police, fire, and working alongside integrated care partnerships. So there is a huge amount in there that board members may want to discuss today, but will certainly be areas of discussion over the coming months and years. There are governance implications in terms of the white paper and what that would mean for the combined authority, and that would include scrutiny implications. and recognising the White Paper's desire to strengthen accountability and scrutiny of mayoral combined authorities. In terms of responding to the White Paper, we've just sought to try and pull together probably some strands of activity that you will have picked up previously through the Chief Exec's report and some of the conversations that have happened today. Paragraph 5.1 is just highlighting some of the areas of activity that the Combined Authority is already involved in. That is in part moving us towards and is enabling us to respond to some elements of that White Paper. So that includes the local growth plan, the Get Britain Working package and the Trailblazer, the Strategic Place Partnership that the board discussed in November of last year and which was signed in January of this year, and moving forward our work with Homes England, but also through to the comprehensive spending review and positioning both the authority and the region in terms of some of those areas for funding that are critical. And then in terms of how the organisation is responding to the Devolution White Paper, I mean, this White Paper will fundamentally change the look, the feel, the focus and the statutory responsibilities of the organisation. So it is important that we start to structure some of our work, and what you can see in the paper is that from the beginning of this year, we have established a devolution strategy working group that is chaired by the Chief Executive, and we are now looking to develop a number of work streams within that. These will ebb and flow. There may be new ones appearing as we progress, but this is us starting to really think about how we scope what we need to do between now and the next kind of 2 or 3 years for the Combined Authority. And we have also noted that whilst we haven't so far included in any great detail work with constituent councils, we will be looking at how we bring on board some key officers with the right skills and background required to drive forward some of these areas of work. And then finally, paragraph 5.5 just again highlights some of that short-term activity that we're involved in, which will include responding to a number of bills or consultations, whether that is railways being fit for Britain's future, or as we've talked about, the new infrastructure planning and infrastructure bill. I think I would just finally like to highlight that the Combined Authority is working incredibly closely with other combined authorities up and down the country. There is a network, not only the UK Mayor's network, but there are a huge range of networks that sit underneath that are bringing together technical specialists that are working with MHCLG as they respond to the White Paper and think about what feeds into the bill. And across the Combined Authority, we are represented and feeding into all of those. That is probably the overview that I would like to provide and leave you open for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first question, is from Councillor Smith-Bridget.
Thank you very much. So we're obviously moving into a quite different world here. One of the recurring themes in the many discussions I have about this new world at LGA and elsewhere is that I think we're pleased generally that government have picked up on the weaknesses of scrutiny of combined authorities. This is no criticism of our members who are serving on the scrutiny committee. It's to do with governance and structure, and the fact that it's pretty lightweight. I think they've just transformed the local, the local authority model of scrutiny into combined authorities. I personally think it's woefully inadequate. And obviously, that's now in sight of government to make sure that as we move to integrated settlements, where we'll be talking about, shed loads of money, and governments hopefully not being in control of a load of stuff that they currently are, albeit they seem quite reluctant to give up anything. But, the role of scrutiny and of the audit committee as well, which I actually had the pleasure of attending recently. I was really impressed by them. It becomes ever more important from the point of view of accountability. And, we all of us know of examples where that accountability has not been as well implemented and taken as seriously as it should have been. So my question is, are we just sort of sitting tight to wait to see what government suggests in relation to scrutiny of combined authorities now and strategic authorities in the future, or are we actually looking at the scrutiny of our operations now with a view to implementing any improvements in the interim? It's a perfectly innocent question, by the way. It's not loaded at all.
I couldn't agree more about the scrutiny, perhaps unsurprisingly. Matthew's indicated that I wanted to come in here.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of ways in which officers from the Combined Authority are involved with central government in looking at this. The central government have been very receptive to ideas and setting up groups, working groups, task and finish groups, to get contributions from combined authorities about how these things would work. In particular, one which I have started to become involved in relates to what we call the LPACs, the Local Public Accounts Committees. So I know they are looking at that as a way of providing that other level of scrutiny and doing it in a slightly different way in terms of the membership of those committees. And obviously there's a lot to be done yet, and I don't think the ministers have been briefed yet on what the details will be. But I know that civil servants are looking at how they deal with that scrutiny in a slightly different way, and how they can use the devolution acts it will be then to try and provide that those gaps and provide that extra. That's my understanding from what I've seen so far.
And I think it's fair to say, you know, we've had combined authorities for quite a while, and there's been, as we've acknowledged at the start, a challenge within our own. West of England certainly has a best value notice, and obviously in some narrative with regard to Tees Valley. So I think it's fair to say that the journey that we've been on, and obviously in coming out of, we're still on it, you know, because we always said, you know, it doesn't stop when the improvement board stops. They're still here supporting us, and what we've managed to do through that turnaround and the ongoing work that we continue to do. To some extent, and, you know, there are examples of staff, particularly governance staff, who've gone from our organisation to new organisations for the very reason. You know, so there is an example that we are an exemplar, and, you know, and I'm pleased to hear that officers are putting themselves forward to engage in that sort of importance of scrutiny, you know, because it's going to be a challenge. You know, it's going to be a challenge with more combined authorities coming on and where they are being established. So, Lucy, sorry, you wanted to come in.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate, for this paper. I think it's really important, and I think there's quite a lot of us around this table have spent an awful lot of time discussing the English Devolution white paper over the last few weeks. But 90% of what we've been discussing has been local government reorganisation, and it is likely to continue. I mean, local government reorganisation is likely to continue to take up a very large amount of the time and energy of those of us who are in councils which are about to be abolished, or may be about to be abolished if this paper goes forward. And it's really important that we don't lose sight of the other side of that particular, of what's in the devolution white paper, a lot of which is kind of huge changes to mayoral combined authorities across the whole country, how they work together, how councils will work with those. And I think it's going to be difficult over the next 9 months for this combined authority in its two-tier area not to get sort of somewhat distracted by local government reorganisation and to be able to give enough time to thinking about the implications for the combined authority. And there are some really good potential things that we can be doing as a combined authority. And we need to make sure that all our various different councils are sort of making the steps that we need to make to make that journey happen in a really good way, despite of all the kind of chaos that's necessarily going to be going on due to local government reorganisation. I think what I really want to say is please do keep reminding us and our organisations about this side of that particular coin and making sure that it gets enough attention. There are spaces that I mean, for a long time we have, I think, suffered from having multiple different teams trying to do the same piece of work in the same space, particularly probably around transport. And we need to try and make sure that we have good collaborative steps towards bringing those teams together. So that, I mean, they do already work together much better and more collaboratively than they did 3 or 4 years ago. We need to make sure that as we continue on that pathway, that working together by different teams continues and doesn't get kind of paused because all of us are busy navel gazing on drawing lines on maps, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to say that I think this is a really important thing for us to be talking about, and please do feel that it's part of your role here to remind the rest of us that this part of the devolution white paper is probably even more important than the other bit, and we all need to give it enough attention. I hope that makes sense.
I'm going to let Rob, he wants to speak, and then I'll just maybe round up.
I think Councillor Nivison, that's a really important point. I thought a couple of things I mentioned. Obviously, I've been talking to your chief execs quite regularly around this, and will continue to do so. And the point of the paper that's in front of you and how we bring in either chief execs or other appropriate senior officers into the work streams, I think is really important. But also recognising that some of those have got other pressing things that are also in the white paper. But what I wanted to mention was yesterday we had the Independent Support Advisory Group. Was in Brimban, Newcame, a name, I always forget it, probably got it in the wrong order. And actually they wanted to know what our preparation is as an organisation for the white paper. So I said, read this and talk through. But they also just asked the question of how are we making sure that we are continuing to work together, recognising what you as council leaders and your officers are doing around the LGR question. And they just were wanting to understand that we were still making sure we were working together collaboratively to take that forward. I gave them that reassurance, because we are, but they also recognise, especially over the coming months, how that potential will be for capacity in your own councils alongside what we're going to do. But I just thought it important. I did impress that, and Richard Carr and the rest of the group were comfortable and pleased to hear that that's what we're doing. And I think it's really important for us that, as you know, myself and others are involved in those conversations around that other part of local government reorganisation, just more so we can help support that conversation and the work that you're doing. So I know that the chief execs are very keen to get involved in these other elements, because actually this is about what we do for the place, and there is a real opportunity within the white paper to take forward some exciting opportunities and steps we need to do to get there.
Two of these recommendations are to note, but one of them does include a vote, which is about endorsing the approach taken by the Combined Authority in responding to this white paper. So just before we go to the vote, I'm just going to reflect on a few of the comments, and particularly yours, Lucy. I suspect I'm the only one in the room who has an actually signed copy from the Secretary of State of the white paper, and that came my way because I was actually there at the launch of the white paper. And actually what you've highlighted was, I mean, maybe it was a sense of this felt very exciting. It was pre-Christmas and I was sitting alongside all of the mayors. So you can imagine as it was landed, we went, wow, this is it. This is really happening. To be fair, what was being promised by a government, the Labour Party prior to coming into government. So it felt great. I have to say, coming back here, the first time I then spoke to Rob and he said, they're not going to be happy, because it was literally, there is a whole, and I hadn't even acknowledged it. So unfortunately, I've been too focused on what it meant for mayors and combined authorities, and I hadn't really appreciated the importance. So I don't think it is the elephant in the room. And to be fair to Kate, we talked about this and how she was going to present it. She said, of course we have to acknowledge it, but for the very reason you articulated, we are in this privileged position in this part of the country, the only one in the East, that we have a combined authority. And this was a declaration of how we can do government better. So we do have an advantage, but it's not to disagree or kind of, take away from the challenges that I will, at a distance, watch on, from what you have to come to the conclusions for your different areas. But I would say at least we have one benefit, apart from just having the combined authority structure, what we all have, and just to remind yourselves, is that with the work that yourself did, Kate, around the shared ambition, and I want to acknowledge you, Sarah, as sort of, because you were tasked with that kind of role of, you know, bringing us all together in terms of bringing the shared ambition, and it was with relevance to the kind of narrative around devolution. I'm making the assumption you're definitely going to be here come, you know, the new arrangement, but you never know. But I think it would be, you know, I'd say to the board, my observation, your role has been particularly important here in doing that across the county, you know, and with our chief executives, and long may that continue. And sorts of these reports, it comes as no surprise to you that I am absolutely fully endorsing the approach that the combined authorities is. Once Rob had got over the telling me you're going to have to worry about the local government reform, it was very quick. I know you put resource behind it, you put your shoulder to the wheel on this one. It is a great place to be. So thank you for the report. Thank you for the positivity. Can we now go to the vote? As I said, I am going to propose. So I need a seconder. Maybe I'll look to you, Lucy. So recommendations, as I say, A and C are to note, but the vote on recommendation B to endorse the approach, those in favour? Okay. Those against and those abstaining. Thank you. That's passed on a majority. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock. Looking for anyone who wants a comfort break or anything. Otherwise, I will suggest moving on to one more paper and then, as I say, item 9 before is lunch here, by the way? Yes. So lunch is here. So I'm just going to suggest one more about the budget monitoring and then item 9 and then lunch.
Can I please ask who has to leave? You said somebody has to, people have to leave at 1 o'clock?
Okay, so budget monitoring report. This is to be presented by Janice Gotts, our Executive Director for Resources.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for putting me as the report before lunch, keeping everybody from their lunch. Okay. So, yes, this report today contains both the budget monitoring update for 24-25, based on the actuals as at Q3, i.e. at the end of December 2024, alongside setting out the financial strategy for 25-26. It also sets out the provisional carry-forward request from 24-25 into 25-26 in order to enable services to have the budget capacity to continue to be able to provide services in the early part of 25-26 in advance of the next board meeting when the outcome report will actually confirm those carry-forward requests. Predominantly these are around project areas, but they are set out within the report. The report also notes the additional funding announcements that have taken place since the budget was approved in January. And they are essentially around Mayoral capacity funding of £1.5 million alongside funding for active travel and 0.2 million for the national insurance contributions for employees related costs. So looking first at the budget monitoring report, generally the spend is forecast to be on track across the non-project based areas. The most notable movements that we've got relate to a planned overspend on the adult education budget, with the performance of providers expected to meet and in some areas overachieve against the original targets for that. And the overspend has been met from earmarked reserves for such purposes. There are underspends elsewhere across schools and adult education, most notably within the schools boot camp waves. However, the DfE has agreed flexibilities to allow the carry forward of wave 5 for that until the next academic year. With in-place and connectivity, there's been a change to the forecast for the Net Zero Hub, which have been agreed with government. As previously reported, there remains a risk on the admin and ancillary budget, known as the A&A budget, with Hub 2, due to delays and activity falling short of the plans. Discussions are ongoing regarding the classification of the costs for this and the use of the grant in order that we can work to offset that risk. Underspending remains on the Tiger Pass, concessionary fares and supported bus services, as noted in the report, and in line with previous approvals, these underspends have been transferred to earmarked reserves to support service provision from 25-26.
Further detail on all the significant variances is attached to Appendix 3 to the report. As mentioned earlier, there is a request to approve a provisional revenue carry forward. That totals 5.9 million, along with 3.1 million of subject to approval budgets. These are set out in Appendix 1A to the report and Appendix 2. With regard to capital expenditure, there has been a reduction in the expected expenditure for the year since November, when the last report came, with budgets being reprofiled into future years. The most significant of these, March Junction and the Peterborough Station Quarter, were already taken into account as part of the medium-term financial plan, and the other main movements are listed in the report. Officers continue to work with delivery partners on achieving robust forecasts moving forward for these areas. The Combined Authority, together with the partner councils as well, are also working hard on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which is noted there as requiring to need to be spent by the end of March. And therefore we have had conversations that have taken place with place directors and also with finance directors about ensuring that those claims come forward in a timely manner to ensure that the grant is maximised for the region. The provisional carry forward request on capital expenditure is 16.6 million, along with 6.6 million of subject to approval budgets. The details of those are set out again in Appendix 1B and Appendix 2 for the subject to approval budgets. The changes to spending forecasts have also impacted on the income projections, with the most significant related to the Net Zero Hub. Income from Treasury Management has also improved since the last forecast, as interest rate changes have been slower than expected, and therefore we have been able to benefit from that in terms of investment income achieved. I've already mentioned that we have had those additional funding that's come in through announcements from government, which I mentioned the Mayoral Capacity Fund, 1.5 million, 6.5 million for active travel and 0.2 million for employer national insurance contributions. And we've also been notified of a one-year extension to the Rural England Prosperity Fund, and we're waiting further details on this, and obviously we'll discuss that with constituent councils regarding its distribution going forward. In addition to the monitoring, we've also attached the 25-26 strategy reports relating to the capital strategy, non-treasury investment strategy and the treasury management investment strategy. Alongside this, the minimum revenue provision statement for 25-26. Currently, just looking at that, the Combined Authority has no external borrowing in support of its capital investments, although obviously, as we know, this is forecast to change in the future, with the potential for needing to borrow for depot cost in relation to bus franchising. These strategies have already been presented to the Audit and Governance Committee at its last meeting, and no significant changes were made as part of that meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Janice. I just will, before opening up the debate, a brilliant paper. I'm reminded of so many times I've sat here and listened to various budget reports in the past, and I don't think you said the word slippage once, because that used to be used very frequently. I know there are obviously carried forward the different words to say this, but the professionalism in terms of how that's been presented, and indeed the acknowledgement of the different ways of how with through the investment committee and how deferring and officers being able to make decisions to make things, to get them delivered quicker, how that's been presented, I thought that was the best one ever. So thank you, I appreciate it. Over to, for anybody comments with regard to the current report, finance report. Danny.
Just a quick question. We talked about the boot camps and the and the money that was being spent. Did we ever get anywhere on the courses that they've been spent on, or anything like that, or have I got the wrong end of the stick? You know, we've been spending on, is these the 16-week courses? You know, it came up as a question. I know it was on the to-do list. We've got the numbers, but I just don't recall ever seeing any details of it, and I asked a couple of
all right, well, I think that's remiss of us on that. We need to get back to you with more detail.
It's not a huge, no, not a deal breaker, but it's just nice to get back on it. That's all. Thanks, John.
Councillor Smith, Bridget.
So just to say something positive, building on your words, you know, I think it's really nice to have a report where, you know, also it's not just all excuses for not having spent the money that we've committed. I think we've done, you, all our staff have done really well here. It's, you know, it's a real tangible example of how we as a local authority are meeting our aims and objectives and delivering for people. So thank you very much. Great to see the, you know, the tangible results of all the efforts.
Al from Business Board. Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep it brief. I appreciate everyone's thinking of lunchtime. I wanted just to echo the point in terms of formatting and transparency. The revenue variances report, I think, is a really helpful way and a very clear way of just identifying and signposting in more detail. I think that's evolved over the last year in terms of how we report and show on these things. So I wanted just to commend that. I think that's really important. I do think we have some longer term considerations when we look at, as a combined authority, our current reserves and that transition over the next few years, that what that looks like and the pace that travels at. So I think that's a bigger conversation. And finally, for years we've been challenging with the capacity of our providers to deliver adult education and being falling below the mark. So an opportunity to have a conversation about an overspend in an area like that, kind of feel let's just shift the dial back in the direction that I'd like to be seeing. So yeah, positive around that.
You blew it out of the water. Nice, thank you. So we do have to take a vote on it. I am, of course, moving the recommendations from the chair. Require a seconder. I'll take it from Councillor Smith, Anna Smith. As I say, A and D were for noting, but the votes are for recommendations B, C and E. Those in favour? Okay, those against and those abstaining. Okay, we've got an abstention there, so it passed by a majority. Now just with a view to where lunch is and trying to get things moved around. So what I was proposing is that item 9 on the published agenda is a referral from the Audit and Governance Subcommittee. Given that I was the complainant in this matter, I feel it is not appropriate to chair this item, so I will hand over to my Deputy Councillor Smith, and now we'll leave the room.
So I've been thinking about whether to chair this item or not. I think that although we have all been very professional in this room today and not discussed the fact that we do have a potential mayoral candidate in the room, I think it is too close to the pre-election period for me to chair that in a way that will create a neutral discussion. And I wish to ensure that this is an entirely and fully neutral discussion that doesn't have any accusation of politicisation within it. So for that reason, I am going to recuse myself as chair. I believe that means that I am not able to be in the room for the vote. So what I will need to do is also absent myself and leave the board to elect a temporary chair. I have checked this with the monitoring officer. I know that that is something that we can do, but I feel that this will allow for the least politicised discussion that we can allow.
So I was just going to take nominations for chair.
Just going to suggest for brevity that Councillor Conboy chair the meeting.
Is there a second for that? Any other nominations? Okay, I think that's you, Councillor Conboy, in the chair.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much. So I have to say for the public, I didn't know I was going to be asked to do this. I'm happy to do it, but I'm very pleased that the monitoring officer is going to present the report because I wasn't expecting to chair. So monitoring officer, across to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll obviously be happy to assist the Chair with regard to advice and guidance for the board for the duration of this matter. to present. This is a matter which is not often brought for the board for consideration, so I'll provide you with some brief background as follows, appreciating that you will have seen the report and the decision notice attached to it. On the 28th of January this year, the hearing panel for the subcommittee of the Audit and Governance Committee met to consider an investigation report into a code of conduct complaint made against Councillor Steve Tierney, currently a member of the Combined Authorities Environment and Sustainable Communities Committee, previously on the Scrutiny Committee. The panel reached a finding that Councillor Tierney had breached the code of conduct, and as a result of social media posts, but also in other aspects, found no breach in some parts of the complaint. You have in your papers the decision notice in full. I don't propose to repeat it here, but I'd refer you specifically to page 28, paragraphs 8.1 to 8.4 of the attached decision notice. 8.3 in particular is central to the matter which is for consideration for you today. The panel decided to exercise an option available to them and set out in the Constitution to make a recommendation for your consideration. This is set out at paragraph 9.2 of the decision, and that's at page 29 of the papers. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, for a previous report, the committees now have concluded their meetings for the year. So in terms of the full recommendation, part of that is no longer relevant. So the matter for you for consideration this afternoon, is twofold. First of all, given the finding by the panel, do the board wish to recommend to Fenland District Council that Councillor Tierney is not considered as a nominee for any position on the combined authority before the municipal year 26-27? And in making that decision, in particular, I'd refer you to paragraph 3.5, section 3.5 of the report, which sits at page 19 of the papers, just as an additional guide. So, to quote from that, if I may, there are no particular guidelines for the board to follow here. The board are advised to consider the decision notice, in particular the findings and the recommendation, and decide what is reasonable and proportionate action to take. The consideration of the board today is not a rehearing or a reconsideration of the matter. Instead, the role of the board is required solely to decide on the point over whether or not to make the appropriate recommendation to Fenland District Council. If the board decide to do so, it is a matter for Fenland District Council as to what they choose to do with that proposal from the board, as to whether they consider it, as to whether they decide to follow it, as to whether they decide not to consider it or to not follow it. So that is the first part to it. And Chair, I don't know whether or not the board wants to take that matter first before the second recommendation, or for me to go to the second recommendation.
Thank you very much. So, board, are you happy for us to take that separately, or would you prefer us to look at the recommendations in the round? Can I just have a nod individually, in the round? There's a mixture.
Actually, can we just have a little discussion about that? I rather feel that we need to be taking that first one first.
Before we take the second one.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, I was going to say that seems to find favour that we'll do that. So, monitoring officer, do you want to deal with that first? Then?
So on that basis, Chair, then this is for the board to consider the first matter, which is to whether or not to make a recommendation to Fenland District Council to recommend to them that they do not put Councillor Tierney forward for a position on the combined authority until the municipal year 26-27. It is an open recommendation, so if you are to move anything, then you would need to move it definitely one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions about clarification before we move into any comments or debate? No. Can I remind you, just before we move into comments and debate, what we do not want to do is say anything in our comments and debate that lead to a further code of conduct, because that would be entirely regrettable. So does anybody wish to speak on this matter? Councillor Smith?
Thank you. I should just declare that I am chair of the Environment and Sustainable Communities Committee, and Councillor Tierney has never behaved in that committee in any way that was inappropriate. So just speaking to, irrespective of who this is about, just speaking to the recommendation. So I'm sure that all of the elected members of this room, irrespective of their political affiliations, have been in the past and probably continue to be on the receiving end of inappropriate comment, abuse, you know, of all different sorts. And you know, the government has now shown it's aware of that, and we've all just taken part in a big consultation on conduct in public life. So it's going to be interesting to see what actions the government take, because there's obviously an acknowledgement that the powers that we have within local government are completely and utterly spineless, and actually there's very little we can do. So my personal view on the matter generally is that, you know, regardless of what we as elected members are in the receipt of, from keyboard warriors, from, you know, all sorts of people, sometimes in person, sometimes in letter, sometimes just verbally, and far too often through social media. Despite what is thrown at us, you know, it is incumbent on us to uphold the highest standards ourselves, because if we don't uphold the highest standards, then how can we expect anybody else to? How can we legitimately complain if we are behaving in the same way here? So, I mean, that's my personal view. I think this is a real shame. I certainly hope I'm never having to speak on something like this ever again. But I'm not going to hesitate in approving the recommendation, because not to do so would imply that I was condoning conduct that I wouldn't condone in myself, and I certainly wouldn't condone in any of my members or anybody else in my council or in anyone else's council. So I personally feel I have no choice but agree with the recommendation, and I thank the audit committee very much, because I sat in their meeting when they discussed this, and they discussed it with great sensitivity and professionalism. So I thank them for that, but I believe that I have no choice but agree, because otherwise I would be condoning things, behaviour and actions that I find unacceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Jones, were you indicating? I know you were offering. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I agree entirely with Bridget, and I don't think this is a case for me of either condone or condemn. I'm a fairly newcomer to this issue, and I think here it's incumbent on us, for exactly the reasons that Bridget has said, is that we make the recommendation, because it has become something of a toxic issue, that we put some clear water between that, you know, that was then and what will be in the future. So again, I will be going with the recommendation, as simple and as clear as that. I think just put clear water between it, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Does anybody else wish to speak on this? Al?
You'll not be surprised to hear that I will be steering well clear of any voting on this topic, but I would remind, irrespective of everybody I'm recognising as elected members and myself representing the business board and beyond, we're all reminded of the Nolan principles, irrespective of our role and how we arrive on this group. And so I would just remind everyone to consider that, whether the comments were intentional, unfortunate, or whatever else they may have been.
Thank you, Al. Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
Just very briefly, I will also be upholding the recommendations. I like Councillor Tierney. I know that he sometimes, particularly on social media, is quite lively. I think on this occasion, it's one of the important factors is that this has been really thoroughly investigated over quite a long period by the Audit and Governance Committee and an investigating officer. A entirely cross-party group of other councillors investigated this in some depth, spent quite a lot of time on it. I think it would be, at some level, not respectful of the work they've done for us to come to a different conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I do believe I'm more connected to these issues that are behind all of this than perhaps anyone else in the room, frankly. And absolutely noting that we're not here to retry the hearing. I am categorical that Councillor Tierney has not breached the Code of Conduct, so I do have a big problem with this. And I do think, actually, that the hearings panel was put at a disadvantage because, for me, the hearings were given in an illogical order. My own hearing was heard after that of Councillor Tierney. And I think that, I truly believe that, knowing what I know, that put the panel at a huge disadvantage, actually. You know, and the findings of the panel were that Councillor Tierney's comments on Twitter, as it was then, related to a statement that, in fact, I published. And my hearing was after that of Councillor Tierney. So, given the outcome of my own hearing, which was considerably more complex and included a complaint about some of the social media content that was the subject of this case, I believe that if the panel had met to conduct the hearing into Councillor Tierney after my hearing, they may well have reached a different conclusion, given the evidence that I put before them. And the evidence that I put forward at my own hearing, I believe, was truly shocking to the panel. They were visibly shocked. And of course, there is no right of appeal for Councillor Tierney, and I do think this is a flaw in the standards system. And I do hope, and I've put representations to the government's consultation on that subject, because I think for the most serious cases, and I'm not necessarily suggesting this is one of those, but I do think there needs to be a right of appeal, particularly if the sanctions that come, and I do believe that there should be more sanctions available to hearings panels for sure, but I do feel that there should be a right of appeal as well, because, you know, I believe if there was a right of appeal now, that Councillor Tierney was able to actually put his case, which of course didn't happen for various reasons, that he should and would be exonerated, given the evidence that I put before the panel just literally a few days later, and given the outcome of my own hearing. So, as well as that, I want to just explain to the rest of the voting members of the board that there are a number of process problems relating to the decision notice. So, the first problem is that the decision notice, and I have alerted this to officers, but, you know, and the decision notice doesn't actually reflect the sanction that was announced at the meeting. And the recommendation here today before us doesn't even reflect the recommendation in the decision notice or what was announced at the meeting. So at the meeting, the chairman announced the following sanction. He said, recommend that Councillor Tierney be barred from serving on a combined authority committee before civic year 26-27. In the decision notice, that's been changed to, the board should ask Fenland District Council to remove their nomination of Councillor Tierney as a substitute member for the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and should not consider him again as a nominee for any position within the combined authority before municipal year 26-27. Clearly, barring somebody is a very different action from removing the nomination for a particular committee and not considering him again for any position. It's a very different thing. Further though, even the recommendation of the decision notice is not what has made it into the recommendation that's before the board today, which has now been changed to decide whether to accept the recommendation to ask Fenland District Council to not consider Councillor Steve Tierney again as a nominee for any position within the combined authority before municipal year 26-27. So we've now got a recommendation wording that's been changed 3 times and is quite far removed from what was actually announced at the panel meeting. There's a further issue in that Councillor Tierney is not and never was a substitute member of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, so the decision notice frankly isn't even accurate. And given the fact that Councillor Tierney was not notified of the meeting via the method he'd asked to be notified and officers had been corresponding with him on, and he has said, and he's told officers that you know, he would have submitted his case in writing had he known about the meeting taking place. And for whatever reason, he wasn't aware of the meeting taking place. So given the findings of my own hearing, given all the inaccuracies and the 3 times changed wording of the recommendation that we've ended up with here, I'm absolutely not going to support this recommendation. I know the facts behind this case. I know that Councillor Tierney in fact, he would tell you that he wasn't even referring to the person that made the complaint against him. And he hasn't had the chance to put that evidence. For whatever reason, he hasn't had the chance to put that evidence. So, this situation belies the real issues that we've had at this authority, which is that the directly elected mayor was found to have condoned the toxic and bullying culture.
Can I just be careful, Councillor Bailey, because we do not
That
wish
is fact, and this is obfuscation, and I absolutely won't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. I was going to say, I didn't really want to, go back over old ground, but equally find ourselves in difficult water. I'm going to look to the monitoring officer because I suspect that there is an explanation as to those variances over time, and the monitoring officer can certainly give us some guidance on some of the points that you've raised.
Yes, certainly. So first of all, in terms of communication with Councillor Tierney, that was undertaken entirely properly by the combined authority. The email address that we're referring to that we use is this fenland.gov.uk email address. He asked us not to use that. It is a secured and encrypted address, and it's entirely appropriate that we used it. If we had our time again, I would do exactly the same thing. In terms of the decision and how that was set out, as has been explained already to Councillor Bailey by email, the decision given out by the chair at the end of the meeting was a summary, put in a sort of a summary way. That did not go through the entirety of the decision, and the decision notice was not read out in full at that point because it had not been prepared. So, in fact, what was happened there, you went from a summary to the actual full note being given afterwards. Obviously, in terms of opinions as to how recommendations look or otherwise, I'm not going to go into that particularly. You have the papers before you, it's simply a matter for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Because if not, thank you, Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I do apologise. Councillor Bowden did want to be here today, but unfortunately he couldn't be. But I do have a written statement from him. I'd like to make it crystal clear. I do not tweet, I do not follow X, and I do not follow Councillor Tierney's Facebook. So I have no idea what was said until I received these papers. I don't follow Councillor Bailey's tweets or Facebook or anything. So I just want to make that crystal clear. And I've listened to what the monitoring officer said about email addresses, etc. But this is a statement that's coming from Finland. It was grossly unfair that Steve Tierney, can you hear me? It was grossly unfair that Steve Tierney wasn't aware of this hearing was taking place because of officers had deliberately sent notifications of the hearing to an email address that Steve had repeatedly told them in writing that he does not use. They then allegedly left messages on a voicemail that Steve doesn't use. At the time, Steve made it clear what the correct email was to contact FDC regarding the abuse of the complaints process as a political stitch-up. Steve has already been cleared of any wrongdoing for these very same complaints by Finland District Council complaints process. FDC have full confidence in Councillor Tierney and will continue to nominate him for any CPCA position. There have been fundamental procedure anomalies in this whole process, amounting to real unfairness in the way that Councillor Tierney has been treated. You want it specifically minuted for the record. If the board votes in favour of this recommendation today, the matter will be referred to the local government ombudsman as a complaint against the combined authority.
Just asking the monitoring officer if he will comment on the process about the ombudsman, just for clarity for members here.
Yeah, they're entitled to go to the ombudsman. I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jones?
Yeah, having been on not the receiving end, but anybody who knows Peterborough, politics in Peterborough, I was the whip when 8 of my members were suspended a couple of years ago, and the emails were sent to their personal addresses. And one of the things that we it's not crying over spilt milk, it's just a suggestion that we are clear either at the outset during the process is if you don't want to use their .gov email address, which I quite understand, is that members are made aware, because I had to go back to these people and say, look, you know, you need to check these addresses. I don't know. You're a woman after my own heart. I don't follow X, Twitter, call it what you will. So I don't know about any of those. I'm just thinking from a practical point of view, Matt, and people in your position, is that when these things come out is if we're not sending it to your .gov address, which we tend to use, we're in every hour, if not every day, then, you know, I think it would be wise to make it clear that other addresses need to be used to avoid incidences like this again. Just a practical thing rather than a...
Thank you. I'm going to let the monitoring officer come back in. I have a feeling that there may be an issue around things like GDPR, but that's for you to comment on.
We don't, we use, as you know, we'll use the email addresses of the constituent authorities. It contains the correct encryption. It's entirely reasonable to do so. It's done by other authorities. If members want to use their own personal email addresses for us to send sensitive information to them, then we're not going to do that.
Thank you. So was that Councillor
Just
Bailey?
on the same subject, I think it's such a serious matter when somebody is put before a panel. You know, we do need to make sure that they know about it and that they acknowledge that they know about it. And it's not as though Councillor Tierney had not engaged with the process. He had engaged with the process. He had sent in, you know, responses to the independent investigation report, etc. So, you know, there is such a thing as Royal Mail, you know, failing all else. Officers could have contacted officers at Fenland District Council, and I do think that in the future we need to make absolutely sure that, you know, every stone has been turned to make sure that the member knows that there is a hearing going on trying them, because if they don't know, it's heinously unfair. And, you know, I take Councillor Steve Tierney at his word that he was not aware this hearing was taking place. And had he been aware, he would have sent a written representation, and he had told officers that. So you know, it's not like he wasn't engaging with the process.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. In the interest of trying to move this forward, but I do think there is probably a matter for all of us as constituent partners in terms of going back and talking with our own monitoring officers about process and protocol around receiving correspondence. But let's move on. We have a recommendation put before us that we're being asked to decide on. In order to do that, I'm going to need a proposer and a seconder so that we can have a vote that either we support taking that recommendation forward or we do not. I've heard Fenland District Council's statement, which is unfortunate because it presupposes a decision. However, we are where we are. Is that a proposal from Councillor Bridget Smith? Thank you. And do I have a seconder from Councillor Netzinger? Can I ask for a show of hands?
Sorry, can I just say in the statement it says if?
If, thank you very much. In which case then, can I ask for a show of hands in favour of the recommendation being made to ask Fenland District Council to consider Councillor Steve Tierney again as a nominee for any position, sorry, to not consider for any position within the combined authority before the municipal year 2026-27. Can I have a show of hands, please? Thank you. Can I have a show of hands against? Can I have any abstentions? Thank you very much. So that's carried as a recommendation.
Are you abstaining? Or?
Sorry, yes, I should have voted. Apologies. You can see I'm new in the chair, in which case I will vote to support a recommendation. Apologies. Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey. Must try harder. I need to practice a little more. Not that I intend to be in this seat. Can I just say that for clarity? Thank you very much. So that's carried as a recommendation to take back to Fenland Council. The third item then that we have before us is C. I'm going to ask the monitoring officer again to introduce that, just so that we have clarity about what we're being asked to consider.
Yes, this is a more of an open recommendation, members, with regard to what you may want to do. The board consider how greater clarity can be provided on the respective roles of members of constituent authorities within the authority, in particular when they're using social media. So just, I think I've alluded to in the report, I arrived, I think, in the end of June, and at that point, members going through their induction for the municipal year. So there was some training put on using a firm called Hoey Ainscough that was made available to all members. The Constitution also contains a social media protocol. This is really an open recommendation for you to direct me as monitoring officer as to what you want me to look at, what you want me to do, so that I can then go back to Audit and Governance Committee and say, look, following what the board's comments, this is what I'm putting forward to try and improve the situation. We have now set up a regular meeting with all the monitoring officers in the constituent authorities, so it's something I can raise there as well, just to see how we can coordinate it. Really open to suggestions from the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think it is a particularly sensitive issue, and I think it's something that not only affects our constituent authorities, actually it's an issue I know that right down at town and parish level, it's sometimes a topic of debate. Councillor Jones, you've indicated to come in.
Yeah, it is a suggestion. In fact, we've got social media training coming up next week. I'm sure most of the authorities do. Do we as a combined authority need to do our own to tick a box, or can, with the constituent authorities, can they be combined? You know, it's become the modern elephant trap, or the elephant trap of the modern age. And one of the things is, I don't go near it, so I'm not going to, hopefully, I do go on Facebook occasionally, but hopefully not fall foul of it. And it really is, it's just as I say, the clarity was clear water between the two incidents, but certainly making clear that can it be done through the constituent authorities, because we probably all have social media training, and you're going to see everybody's eyes roll backwards if you've got to do it in your own authority and on the combined authority as well, aren't they?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I'll pass back to the monitoring officer.
Yeah, I think if that's the view of the board, what I can do is contact the monitoring officers from all the constituent authorities, see whether or not there's a way in which we can put on some, so maybe, and with the volume of members and their commitments, maybe 2 or 3 sessions online where we can ask trainers to focus solely on social media and just look at those areas of when you are acting in a capacity as a council, when you're not, and those sort of areas as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith and then Councillor Anna Bailey.
Gosh, sorry, thank you. Work you up, work everyone up. So I think it's just about, you know, if the combined authority doing something else, is it going to add any value? So, you know, I completely agree with my colleague here that, you know, if it's something, you know, none of us have time to do more training than we have to. And there's quite a lot of duplication as it is between our own authorities and the combined authorities, and those of us who work with the LGA do it all again. And, you know, life is hideously busy. So I think it's about, can you just review, please, having spoken to the other monitoring officers, whether we really need to do it. On a related matter, I don't think the combined authority has signed up to the LGA's Debate Not Hate campaign, has it? So we have. No, we haven't. Okay. Well, could I suggest, you know, for discussion at a later date, that we do that? Because I think, you know, a huge number of authorities have, and it's a very public statement that we will debate not hate and we'll do things in a proper way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. This recommendation rather suggests that you know, members of councils and boards and combined authority need to sharpen up their act around use of social media, and I've no doubt they do. But I think there's also an issue around when a code of conduct complaint is sent to multiple authorities, and presumably in the future, when we're all in the unitary world, this won't be quite so much of an issue, but you know, right now it is. And actually East Cambs District Council has in our code of conduct process a step that says, you know, is this being dealt with by another authority? Because it's absolutely ludicrous that I believe in this particular case, this code of conduct was considered by 3 separate authorities. It's not a good use of resources. It results in different outcomes, which makes a mockery of the whole process. And frankly, you can't be acting in capacity for 3 different authorities at the same time, surely you can't be doing that. So, yeah, something went wrong somewhere, and I would encourage all the leaders to go back and look at their own processes of their own code of conduct to see whether it has that caveat in it, because most of them don't, by all accounts. I think it's a very useful caveat. It's just unhelpful to the public person, everybody concerned, if there's more than one authority carrying out an investigation into the same complaint. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Metzinger.
Thank you. I think there's no harm in the combined authority offering some kind of training to members of the combined authority who wish to take it, but I completely agree with Dennis and Bridget, that that should be done in collaboration with other constituent authorities, because it would be silly for us all to be providing it and then expecting people to go to it multiple different times because we sit on different organisations. I think, following on from Councillor Bailey's point, there is a really useful piece of work which I think is sort of slightly happening, about trying to get slightly more alignment between the monitoring officers in our different organisations, so that we have similar expectations of councillors and relatively similar and understandable mechanisms for dealing with complaints, because they do vary quite a lot across the different organisations, and that's not particularly helpful for councillors. So I'm quite happy to support this recommendation, but maybe the board could add another one, just to ask our monitoring officer to support that work for trying to align the expectations of councillors across different organisations in our area, because it isn't particularly helpful that they vary so much. Thank you.
So I think I'm hearing, unless there's anybody else who wants to come in, I think I'm hearing that you may wish to amend the recommendation in front of us to find something that actually you are all more comfortable with. Would somebody be brave enough to suggest a minor amendment? Because I think we're not far off actually being in agreement that we might be interested in extra support being provided, but not duplicating any effort. And I think I might be hearing that actually working across our monitoring officer cohort around the code of conduct to find better ways of creating a smoother process might be something you're also interested in, but I don't wish to presume to do that from the chair. I'm looking at Councillor Smith, and I notice that Councillor Jones is indicating.
How about something along the lines of, I'll speak slowly, subject to further communications with the monitoring officers from each authority, the Audit and Governance Committee may be asked to review, update and publicise, something along the lines of that. So there's scope to go, actually, we've got this covered by the constituent authority. So subject to consultation with the constituent authorities, monitoring officers, the Audit and Governance Committee may be asked.
So I think also as well, if you wanted to, as part of the recommendation, to look at, first of all, as you say, for appropriate training to be discussed between monitoring officers about social media use, for consideration of proposing the Debate Not Hate campaign as well, and finally for monitoring officers to look at how jurisdictional issues over code of conduct complaints can be addressed appropriately.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, you did go first, please.
No, that was it.
Councillor French, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't have a problem with what you're saying, but that is not what the recommendations are. The recommendations are the FDC do not put Council Stanley forward for the 26th, 27th.
We've already taken a vote on that. That's the vote we've just done. This is the third item, and this is about whether we consider about the training that we might offer. So that's the item we're going to take a vote on. So we've got a form of wording that we've had shared. Can you read, Matthew, would you be kind enough to just read that again, just for clarity? So this is the one we're now going to vote on. So we've voted on Councillor Tierney and a recommendation. This is recommendation C with a modification to the wording.
Yes, so I think what I'm hearing that you're proposing is that you recommend to the Audit and Governance Committee that they're instructing the monitoring officer to look at the potential for joined up training between authorities, particularly in relation to issues such as social media, that the Audit and Governance Committee are to consider looking at the combined authority signing up to the Debate Not Hate campaign, and finally that the monitoring officer is directed to look at issues of jurisdiction when it comes to code of conduct complaints, with a view to discussion with other monitoring officers over making that more consistent.
In which case then, can I go to a vote on that? So I need a proposal which I believe might be Councillor Smith. So are you coming back in on debate?
Just given the change to the wording, I'd just like to make it clear, I am going to support this, but it is not because I accept that Councillor Tierney did anything wrong on social media.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bailey, and I think think that's a really helpful clarification, because this is about a point in principle, is my reading of C, because the answer is none of us want to be in this position collectively. We would like all of our councillors to have the best access to the best advice. Social media is part of all of our worlds, whether we like it or not, or whether we participate or not. And I think there is something about consistency. The code of conduct, I think, is a point well made around the consistency across our authorities. And equally, code of conduct is a very difficult thing to go through as a councillor if you find yourself in that position. We wouldn't want to use it excessively, so there is something about that coherence across all of our systems to try and operate appropriately and sensibly within the things that we must deal with. So on that basis, then, I have a proposer, which is Councillor Smith. Councillor Jones, are you happy to second? Thank you. In which case, this is for item C. Can I have a show of hands in favour, please? Thank you very much. So that's unanimous. That brings us to the... Sorry, and an abstention. I do apologise. Thank you, Al. In which case, I believe that brings us to the end of this item. I'm getting a nod to the side of me. I have been advised that we're going to have a 30-minute break for lunch. So can I invite you to be back in the chamber no later than just before 15:15. Thank you very much.
everybody. We're just going to continue with the... Are you doing that? Okay. Oh, God. All right. So for those still with us, we've had a few... I know we've had Daryl's gone and John O'Brien. By the way, did we ever get an apology from Edna? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Investment committee papers is item 18. We're going to go to this one next and then go backwards. So this is the investment committee papers. Please note there are some potentially exempt appendices to the Peterborough Station Quarter full business case, as they are commercially sensitive details contained within them, and also because the DFT have embargoed some of the information. Now, I propose we refrain from referring to the information in those appendices during our debate, but if members wish to discuss them, then the board will need to consider whether to go into private session. Do I see broad agreement to stay in the public session? Yes, of course. Okay, over to you, Janice, as Executive Director of Resources, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. So this report requests approval for, as noted, just the full business case for Peterborough Station Quarter, which is being submitted to the Department for Transport for approval, noting that once approved by DFT, the authority can enter into a grant funding agreement with Peterborough City Council on that one. Connect to Work outline business case, and that's to facilitate moving to the 15 to 20 million from Department for Work and Pensions. That full business case is intended to be submitted this month. It will then come back through the SAF process with the final business case once the formal funding offer has been confirmed. Connect to Work provides back to work support for people considered economically inactive, and hopefully that for the region we'll be seeking to support 1,200 people as part of that work. Also attached is the concept paper for an investment of £1.5 million into Cambridge Civic Quarter, which is seeking to enhance the visitor economy through improvements to the area, and that's part of a wider programme of improvements within Cambridge. The paper also provides information on projects approved by the Chief Executive and the Investment Committee under delegations. So I think that's it really, Chair. And any questions? Thank you.
Questions are open to the board. Al?
Not so much a question as a statement. I think the process for looking at project investment, and particularly the role and discussions at the investment board, I think have really moved things forward in a positive way. And I certainly welcome the fact that these different projects have more visibility, but there's also been some more healthy conversation helping to shape and round those. So I'm very much in support, particularly of the Peterborough Station Quarter project. But in the broader sense, I think there's been some really healthy conversation around all of the different investment portfolios put forward.
I think it's important. Well, thanks for the recognition in terms of the process. Obviously, again, another narrative of how things are slightly different, how we move forward, working together, getting input. I think the investment committee, definitely the last sitting, I don't know if you want to make a comment, Janice's, and also Matt. I remember the first one we did, we were really trying to find a way to make sure that, and to be fair to the committee members, they challenged, saying, well, what if we say anything here, how does it affect the process going forward? We are beginning to create a pipeline, but it's a pipeline of work which is kind of, goes back to that team, Cambridge and Peterborough. So thank you for the acknowledgement. I absolutely agree with you. I don't know if you want to say anything to that, Janice.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the important thing is, as part of the improvement programme as well, the absolute transparency. So the transparency of the decision making, and also with the full business cases being supplied both to investment committee and also onto board, helps with that decision making and make sure that the evidence base is there to support that decision making, and there's challenges along the way. So obviously if you look at this report, even the feedback from the investment committee for a board decision, the investment committee feedback obviously comes into that and can be considered as part of that prior to the board making decision. So I think that's been a real significant benefit to the authority and shows good corporate governance. Thank you, Chair.
Any further comments? If not, okay, sorry. Anna, yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to request if we could take the recommendations separately. I'm afraid I do have concerns about the Cambridge Civic Quarter. I'm not intimately familiar with the whole detail of the project, and I'm sure it has, you know, some positive points to it, but I am very concerned about the effect on the market and its operation. So I don't wish to support that element.
It's been opened, it's been debated. Just to say that recommendations B, E and F are just a note, but we'll now move to the vote on recommendations A, but we'll do them separately. And we have to do a...
Move and second for each one.
Right, okay, well, I'll move all of them. I just need a seconder. So for A, and it would not be obvious, second, there would be Councillor Jones. Those in favour of A... Thank you, the business board. Okay. Hey. Unanimous. Then we move to item C. So again, proposer myself. That's the business case Connect to Work. Seems probably Lucy, seconder. Okay. C, to approve the Connect to Work outline business case to develop Connect to Work programme into FVC. Those in favour? All right. Unanimous. And then to go to D, which is, again, I will propose. I need a seconder. I'll take that from, I'll take it from you, Sarah. So take it from Sarah. Those in favour? Okay, those against? And, okay, so again, that's been passed by a majority. Oh, well, that went a lot quicker than I expected. But thank you again for the work behind the investment board and all the hard work and putting that together. Do you want to go? All right, like a naughty school? Yeah, no, if you need to go.
I was late arriving. I've got full council tonight, that's all. I'll stay a bit longer.
We will still...
Is there anything else?
I think everything...
Chair, isn't there a transport item coming up?
To the recommendations from Transport and Infrastructure.
I think it's a simple majority, but if you want to undertake it now out of order, Chair, it's a matter for you.
Okay, I feel like I've jumped around hopscotch.
You can do if you like.
If you don't need me,
It's like a belt and braces, Chair, if you want to run it now.
Sorry?
It's like a belt and braces if you want to run it.
Right, we'll do it. We'll keep you here then for a little while longer. So we're going to move to the item 21. And this is, who's going to speak to this? Oh no, it's just me talking, isn't it? Right, okay. Sorry, I'm losing my... No. Item 21 are recommendations from Transport and Infrastructure Committee. This report was debated in detail and approved unanimously by our subject experts on the committee at their meeting on the 5th of March. Does anyone have any particular questions or comments on the report within this item, or are we all happy to take these recommendations straight to a vote? Okay, good. Well, Councillor Anna Smith, as Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, are you happy to propose the recommendations as set out in the summary report?
Yeah.
I am happy to be the seconder, proudly, as I say, with my badge on, and acknowledging the importance of active travel and all the importance of safety on the roads. Can we move to a vote on the recommendations? Those in favour? Okay, that is unanimous, and on that, you're welcome to go. Thank you, Dennis. See you around, mate. All right, see you. Right. My apologies, Daniel, like a caged tiger, waiting to come and join us. Item 15. This is the Corporate Performance Report, Quarter 3, 24 to 25. And as our Performance and Evaluation Manager, Daniel Buckridge, will now introduce the report. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm bringing the Corporate Performance Report for the Combined Authority up to Quarter 3, 24-25. Papers for this item include a summary report, balanced scorecard, a dashboard showing results over time for each KPI, and a dashboard for our most complex programmes and projects. The summary report also includes an update on headline priority activities and progress updates on the Gateway Review and the implementation of the Performance Management Framework. Of the 27 current indicators, 12 have been updated with new results since the last report for quarter 3. 2/3 of those latest results are above target, 1 is within 10% of the target, and 3 are more than 10% off target. Details of the indicators with new results can be found in section 3 of the summary report from page 137. Indicators are classed as owned by the combined authority when the ability to change the indicator lies wholly or mainly with the combined authority. At the end of quarter 3, of 12 indicators in total, 8 were above or on target and 4 were off target. 3 of the indicators had a red status at the end of quarter 3, and details of those can be found at 4.3 of the report. For the state of the region indicators, the ability to change performance doesn't lie wholly or mainly with the combined authority. As listed in 5.3 at page 141, 4 of those indicators had a red status at the end of quarter 3, as performance was more than 10% off target. Only 1 of those has been updated since the last report, with new results showing a fall in the business startup rate locally and nationally as well compared to the previous year. There are some particularly positive results among the latest updates, including a 13% increase in the area's further education and skills achievement rate, metric 9, a year-on-year increase of more than 10% in the number of enrolments onto adult education services that the combined authorities funded through its investment, metric 22. We've also seen a 14% decrease in the number of active contract waivers, metric 16. Our gigabit broadband coverage target for 24-25 was achieved early, that's metric 25, and a 19% improvement's been recorded in the proportion of staff feeling valued through our recent staff survey, metric 26. Moving on to our projects and programmes, they're classed as most complex when a combined authority funded programme or project is considered significant in terms of value, strategic fit, and where there'd be significant impact from failure to deliver. At January 25, of the 5 current programmes and projects, there was an assessment that without action, successful delivery is in doubt, or there's uncertainty and risk surrounding future delivery for 4 of those, and 1 project had a red status, as without action, successful delivery is highly unlikely. Details of these are summarised at 6.3. We also had completed projects reported on there, including most recently the University of Peterborough project, which covers up to and including phase 3 of the project. That's now shown as complete with no outstanding milestones and had a green status prior to completion. I hope that's a useful summary of the latest updates. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well done, Daniel. And we are also, as seems sensible, we do have all members of the CMT in attendance to support, because when Daniel, you were confronted by more questioning, was it overview and scrutiny? I think it was a bit of a pile-on. But that's what overview and scrutiny is about. Well, not exactly, but in terms of questioning, but I think we needed to have the support. So, any questions from the board? No, none. You've waited a long time for stunning us in silence. The only thing I would add, as I've often done, no, to you, Sarah. Sorry.
Well, I'll come in because I used to work with Daniel, so I kind of, you're used to people piling on in. You worked for Huntingdonshire for a while. Can I just say, I really like the way the report's presented, and I'm biased, but I also really like the fact that we are overachieving some of our targets. You know that that's a personal thing that I get quite pleased about, because actually we tend to worry about all the things we don't achieve, but actually some things we overperform on, and actually that ought to be recognised when we go above and beyond, and equally when we close targets out. So I just want to say I think that's a really welcome part of the report. Thank you.
And if I was maybe finish off, I have said this several times, but obviously one of the things when we were first set up, the expectation was to measure 3 things: GVA, number of jobs, and how many houses were being completed. I think we would all probably endorse the idea that combined authorities, both as our constituent members or as an organisation, we're much more than just delivering on jobs, growth and houses, much more. And the fact that we are brave enough to ask questions, be it also acknowledging that we don't have, you know, control over all of these factors, but it becomes a one where we can challenge our own communities, but as well as also challenge the kind of constituent authorities. The fact that we take air quality seriously, the fact that we take, how we are approaching the issue of road deaths, then it might not necessarily seem the most important thing when it was being set up, but it is part of a strategic partnership going forward. And long may that continue. I appreciate that the metrics can be changed, and that's some things that we need to be mindful of. Some become more relevant, maybe less relevant. But sorry, I was about to finish, but Councillor Smith, you've indicated you want to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask a bit more about, and it kind of refers back to one of my earlier points about the Dimbleby speech, metric 9, which is 19 plus further education and skills achievement, where actually, even though we're seeing a steady improvement, we are not performing well when compared to other combined authorities. Tees Valley and West Yorkshire are on the graph here. I'm just aware, I'm being told recently that, there are new challenges facing further education that could actually turn around that steady increase and actually turn it into it could either plateau or start going down. So I just wonder, how cited are we on the kind of emerging funding challenges within further education? Because there was one college I was being told about last week where actually they're having to reduce the number of places they're offering at a time when actually we want them to be increasing the number of places we're offering. If I've got the wrong end of the stick on this,
I think this is, you have to get because Andrea would be the obvious, or Richard, is this something you could speak to? I know, Anne, do you want to come to the table? If you would, please.
Thanks. So in terms of FE, it's a very sensitive area in terms of role of combined authorities and devolution. The push for post-16 devolution has been something that's been on the table for some time and has been resisted. So in terms of the relationship between the DFE and the FE sector, that is a direct relationship. So we really have no major influence over what the settlement might look like for further education. I suppose one of the things that we could do, and we're trying to do, is get combined authorities to steer the system better. So that's leadership, that system leadership is an important part of the role of combined authorities moving forwards in the skills space. So I think that would be where you would start to see better relationships, better partnership working, better understanding of the system and how the system operates as a collective is kind of key. And that, if you look at our trailblazer, you look at how our approach, to connect to work, it really is trying to join up the dots. But I know we've been over this ground many times before about joining up the dots of the system. But that kind of is what all of that piloting is about. And you're right, at the very beginning of this meeting, references were made to the welfare reforms and the impact. And, there is this participation issue, and getting people to move off benefits into work is hugely challenging, because of once you're out of benefits, it's hard to get back into benefits. And then if they can't retain and be supported in work, then, it becomes more of a problem than it was previously. So I suppose what we're trying to do is sort of link those sorts of issues with issues around the training provision and the support that our providers provide, and trying to align that better so that if we have got these cohorts moving through the system, we get better management of the overall cohort, rather than the institutional approach that you get if you just concentrate on FE or combined authority or education. But I don't think I answered the question.
shouldn't say that in public. I think we need to get you also some.
Well, I just, it's just something, we need to keep an eye on, because when we're thinking about, what our end goal is, if there are blockers in the system that stop us getting this, having the skills we need in order to attract businesses and populate the businesses we've got, just saying we've got, sorry, this might sound offensive, it's not meant to, just saying that, further education, we have no influence in it, it's kind of self-contained. Actually, I think part of our role is disruption and intervention. So, if we are seeing something happening in a system which we're not involved with, which is going to impact on our goals, then actually it's incumbent on us to stage some sort of intervention and try to, see what we can do or what we can influence, because that's a big part of our role. I hope you're going to agree with me, Alan.
Al, over to you.
When it comes to education skills, it's very rare that we disagree. So yes, I am going to agree with you. Apologies. I think I absolutely agree, but I think there's a bigger piece here. We often talk about, in the simplistic sense, the adult education budget and how it's about finding the right providers. When we think about connecting in with FE, the same challenge has been consistently that funding's been an annual kind of round robin, and as such, the system doesn't have the confidence and the funding to actually deliver and provide long-term appropriate courses. We've got a disconnect because we've now got our labour market information and our LSIPs coming in from different places, but ultimately people will train on courses where they see that the qualification will actually result in a job opportunity. So I would argue the combined authority, particularly as we've gone this devolution journey, has the ability to create stability, has stability in terms of provision of relevant courses and in a way buffering that constant annual, will there be funding, can we recruit teachers, trainers for our different providers, into actually we've got 2-3 year proposals here that will add some stability. And I think that feeds across all of the different education providers, and even those that we would say, well, their relationship is exclusively with the DfE. Actually, it's never exclusive. It's always looking for conditions and external support for course provision and growth and development. So that's a whole area, I think, with the DV journey, particularly, we can do more.
Seem to have awoken post-lunch, everyone wants to talk. Sarah and then Anna.
Well, I was going to say, and it links back to everything else we've been talking about. It links back to the growth plan. It does link back to schools' budgets as well, because that's also a cohort who are coming through our system. And it is that forward-looking stuff. It's not just about the employment we have today. It's about the employment we know that we want in the next 5, 10, 15 years, so that actually those employers will relocate here because we have a workforce. So local government reorganisation is a bit of an opportunity in terms of our local development teams and the work that we will be doing, because we'll obviously be upending that as we reorganise locally, and you've got a combined authority that is going to become even more strategic. But there's a real opportunity to look across the whole of that emergent workforce and make sure that our emergent workforce is the right workforce to capitalise on those opportunities. But it also encourages future employers to look here rather than somewhere else, because actually they know they're going to get the skilled workforce that they're going to want and need, and we're on the front foot with that. It's increasingly been part of the conversations I've been privileged enough to have, where I've sat in the room with potential people who want to relocate post-Reith, some of those conversations. And one of the first things that they comment on is they've done their research about whether we've got the right sort of workforce to meet their business needs when they're looking at coming here. So, real opportunity to do more.
Anna, you wanted to come?
Yeah, I just wanted to reinforce what Councillor Smith is saying. It's incredibly important that we ensure we are supporting our colleges. I had to come in there as a former teacher because I know what a key part our colleges play in our system. So we have had a paper this morning on the benefits, or the potential benefits of deeper devolution. I think there's probably quite a lot that comes into that allows us to take a really strong role in this space. So absolutely supportive of making sure that we do what we can to support our colleges.
Rob wanted to come in here and make a few additional comments as well.
Yeah, so I think the point around, I think you made a comment about funding. I mean, I think some of the educational budgets that we do passport onto and then work through with the further education sector have been subject to the same as everything else in the public sector, which has been a challenge. I think there's two other things. The LSIP is something that we will be jointly responsible for from September or later this year. That's also indicated in the white paper. So coming back to the point that Al has said, there's better links between the Combined Authority and the Chamber of Commerce, who has been leading on LSIPs across the country. So I think that's a positive point. As I said earlier, and also the two events that I talked about, the local growth plan last week, the skills strategy and the skills agenda for our area as a key backbone to the local growth plan is really, really important, which we talked about earlier. And next week, I am meeting all of the principals of further education colleges across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough to start to redefine some of that relationship and listen to them. I'm sure they've got a lot to tell me, and also to then try and work how we can work better together for the things that all of you have outlined. Back to you, Sarah.
Sorry, only just to say I'm really pleased that you're meeting with those colleagues. I think that's really helpful, and we just need to make sure that we feed that back in. Can I be bold and say, can you at some point also pick up our sixth forms and making sure that the conversations are happening there? Because I think in some cases they are becoming more competitive with each other. I understand why, but whether we've got the sixth form provision in quite the places we need, and then we've got the link across to FE where that's an appropriate link, I suspect is a bit of a gap that we could do with some help with, please.
Thank you. This was one we have to approve, so we do have to take a vote on this. In the absence of Edna, I'm happy to propose it, and I need a seconder. I think you spoke the most, Sarah, so I'll take your... Sorry. Okay, no apologies. So moving on the recommendation to approve the refreshed monitoring and evaluation framework. Thank you again. Oh, sorry, no, have I jumped? Sorry. It is a corporate performance report, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry. So are we noting this one? Don't even have it. Right. Does it? Oh, good. No, it's just for noting. No, 15 is noting. Thank you. We have noted, and you'll be back again, I'm sure. Thank you for coming to the table. Right, so now, ahead of schedule, you thought you'd got away with it, Jules. If you want to come from the point of view of monitoring and evaluation framework, and our Head of Policy, Insight and Performance will introduce the report. And I will be.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to present a draft refreshed monitoring and evaluation framework for your approval. And you can find this on page 189 of your reports pack. This is following Audit and Governance Committee's review of the draft framework last month and their resolution to endorse the framework for your consideration today. I'm delighted to be joined by Chris, our head of the PMO, and our two teams have collaborated closely on the refresh of this framework. Adoption of the monitoring and evaluation framework will be a significant step forward in ensuring that the Combined Authority is effectively and consistently monitoring and evaluating the impact and the progress of our projects and programmes. It will be a key tool to successfully embedding the Single Assurance Framework. Failure to deliver work programmes within budget and planned timeframes is currently reported as a medium risk in the Corporate Risk Register, and the refresh of the framework is one of the key controls. We're hugely grateful for the input that we've received from a wide range of stakeholders who have co-developed this framework with us. This has included colleagues from across the Combined Authority, our constituent councils, including a partner working group, the Mayoral Combined Authorities Monitoring and Evaluation Network, and the What Works Growth Centre for Local Economic Growth. The refreshed framework is aligned with our Single Assurance Framework, our Performance Management Framework, with government best practice guidelines, user needs, our corporate strategy, and our shared ambition for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Section 2 of the report on page 184
highlights the importance of monitoring and evaluation and lists the key principles that will ensure we take a pragmatic and proportionate approach to tracking progress and measuring impact and outcomes. We've used a test and learn approach to develop the framework, implementing improvements as and when they've been identified. For example, we're now providing earlier support to project managers who are developing business cases. We're also working with the Transport team and Transport and Investment Committee to introduce an annual monitoring report on the local transport and connectivity plan this autumn. Our proposed next steps and our plans to implement and embed the framework are set out in section 3 of the report on page 187. We're drawing on our experience of this test and learn approach to co-develop a detailed monitoring and evaluation procedure with stakeholders. This will include a workshop for Audit and Governance Committee members as part of their assurance. The procedure will include tools, techniques, templates and guidance and will be published in Q1. We're also rolling out staff engagement and training, which will be completed in Q2. The framework will be reviewed annually by the Audit and Governance Committee to ensure it continues to meet the needs of the Combined Authority and our partners. Internal audit colleagues will review the effectiveness of the framework before Audit and Governance Committee's first annual review. And yourselves, Combined Authority Board, will be accountable for approving any significant amendments to the framework. And I'll pass to Chris to highlight a further couple of points.
Hello everyone, good to see you all again. What I wanted to do is just to thank you actually, because Jules was very kind. She put in about the fact that we've worked very closely pulling together the framework. The truth is your team's probably done most of the heavy lifting on it, so thank you for that. What I wanted to talk to the board about as well is how the programme office is supporting monitoring and evaluation. So we've had lots of discussion earlier this morning and through all the papers around the single assurance framework and how the work comes through the organisation to be approved. When we receive any business cases, now we ask for monitoring and evaluation plans right at the start. So anyone who's looking for combined authority investment, they have to tell us how they're going to be monitoring and evaluating their project or programmes. Really important. That wasn't in place previously. On top of that, what we do with regards to all the projects that have been approved, we put them on a thing called a single project register. So we have a big long list of the 122 projects that are in delivery. So they've been approved by the Chief Exec, the Investment Committee, or yourselves. So we always have that visibility about what's happening and how the programmes and projects are being reported. Now, talking about reporting, what we ask from the projects and programmes is that if they're a big programme of work, so the most complex ones, you would have seen it in the last paper, anything over 5 million that you as a board have approved, we expect that programme to report every month. So we need to see that highlight reports to make sure that, they're progressing properly. For investment committees between 1 and 5 million, we ask those projects and programmes to report every couple of months, bi-monthly. And then lastly, anything the Chief Exec has approved, anything under 1 million, we say, can you report quarterly? Now, to do all this monitoring, we've had to support project and programme managers across the organisation and in the constituent councils. So we've done lots of training. You'll be aware of the improvement programme and the resources that we put towards training. So we've done all sorts of things like project management training, contract management, procurement training, risk management we'll come to in the next item. And again, Jules and her team will be providing support for all the project managers with regards to monitoring and evaluation. So they're not left on their own, sort of flapping around, not understanding what it is. We'll sit down with them and we'll make sure they understand what they do. Now, as part of that reporting, be it monthly, bi-monthly and so on, the performance team, Jules' team, sits down with the programme team, my team, and we make sure that we're recording any outputs that are delivered as the projects progress. Also to support all the work that we're doing as well, a lot of these programmes and projects are big change, pieces of work. we've got a change delivery handbook. So all the information you could possibly need with regards to delivering and reporting, so monitoring and evaluating, is all in one place and available to all the staff.
Thanks, Chris. We'd welcome your comments on the content and seeking your approval before moving forward and implementing the framework. I'm very happy to take questions.
Well, I'll just make one comment. The way you've presented that in the very calm, it's made me feel good about the organisation. And I think, if I think back to possibly walking in the door, and I said, well, what are we doing? And for a long time, and you know, there's nothing directed at anyone in particular. I just trying to understand what the organisation was doing and what it was planning to do. Indeed, to some extent, how far it had gone on with doing something was an incredibly, it was probably one of the questions I asked first and foremost. I feel reassured that this system, this process, and that acknowledgement that you're working with partners across the whole of the area. Whew. Zen-like happiness. Anyone else want to make any comments? Over to you.
No, only to say I reflect the same kind of, you know, it's incredibly positive. It gives confidence for us, and I'm really happy to support this.
Yeah, I would just add, you know, somebody that's been around the authority for a long time and, you know, involved in it for a long time. You know, I think we did used to have a really, really good handle on all our projects, and we received as a board, you know, regular monitoring on what was happening, and frankly, the former mayor knew exactly what was happening with every single project at all times. He was all over it. But it wasn't well written down, and I think that's fair to say. And I think this is a really robust piece of work and a really good document, and I thank you very much for it.
I think that's right. It's having it written down and knowing which resource to go to, because obviously if sudden change happens within an organisation, it's got to be able to stand a significant change. And, you know, and knowing that. I guess what it will, in the course of time, just probably highlight the frustration that we haven't got more money and we haven't got more powers to do more good stuff. But the fact that we can have a resource where we can go to quickly refer to, be they board members, be it the mayor, be it for other officers to be aware of what's happening in the transport team, what's happening in the environment, what's happening in the skills agenda, that narrative is undoubtedly, there we go. So too many times when we've done these reports, we've sort of rushed through them, maybe because they're at the end of the meeting, but I just want to reflect on, it's a good paper, thank you. We have to vote on it, to approve it, the refreshed monitoring and evaluation framework. And I just want to make one formal comment. I saw it on page 206 of the papers, 18 of the document. Monitoring and evaluation will be embedded into our culture by integrating with our civil values. And I thought that was a very strong line within the paper, and I'm really delighted that we've got it going forward. So I'm in this case, going to propose. I'll need a seconder. Anna, from you, Anna Smith. Those in favour? Okay, against? Abstaining? Okay, so we'll take that as an abstention. So passed by a majority. Chris, I believe you're hanging around here for the corporate risk report as the head of project management office. The floor is yours once again. This is item 17.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a bumper risk report. We've not spoken about it since November. I think we got bumped at the January board.
Yes.
Because the agenda was a bit too full up. So this is our usually quarterly report. And one of the things that we took from A&G, and equally when we were at board last time, it was always like a little delay, a month or two delay in the reporting of the risk. So we were doing it by quarter. So what we've done now is just to make it as live as we possibly can. So this is the register and supporting documents from the end of February. As we mentioned in the last item, lots of training with regards to risk management has gone on. You'll see that on the last page of the report. But the thing I'd like to get across to the board is that it's not about implementing frameworks anymore. It's very much embedded in how we work. So when we started, we had one corporate register, the one report that was coming here. Now we have a subsequent 15 programme level ones. We've supported it, the embedding of the work, not just with training, but also we've got some software that makes the collation of it much easier to report. We've gone through risk appetite sessions with CMT, so we understand that the different areas of the organisation, the risk appetites will be slightly different, and we're taking that on board as well. So we've made great progress, I think, from where we were 18 months, a couple of years ago. Just to add, with regards to sort of continuously improving with risk, we've also done a cyber risk exercise with CMT back in January. We note that on the register as one of the biggest risks. So again, now we're preparing the organisation just in case anything was to happen. So I'm happy to leave it there. There's some information around the risk deep dives, the ones that we've already undertaken around future funding and failure to deliver work programmes within budget. Also climate change in January, which was a very in-depth deep dive from the Audit and Governance Committee. We've got a list of the deep dives that are scheduled for the upcoming year as well. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions or comments on the report? Councillor Smith.
Just to say something positive. So these deep dives are really interesting, and I really didn't know much about them until I went to the audit committee to talk about the deep dive that had done into climate change. And again, it was a really interesting report and a very robust piece of work. So thank you very much. That's new, and it's adding real value. So very grateful.
Yeah, and I'll just make a comment. It's on the ones that are seen as very low risk. I am very, very pleased to see that 15, the recruitment and retention, the problems around rapid turnover of staff and everything. The fact that it's now at that lower level, again, I think is a sort of reflection of how the organisation is feeling confident with itself, and we're actually batting people away who want to come to work with us, so that's always a positive. This was a to note only. Oh, sorry, no, there's another. No, not yet, Chris.
Just a quick question, and I apologise because I may have missed this in the report somewhere, but one of the things that's come up on our risk register at the moment, unsurprisingly, is the impact of local government reorganisation, which I am afraid is almost certainly something that needs to be on the Combined Authorities risk register as well. I just don't know whether you've added it yet, and if you haven't, you probably should.
That's something that these are live documents, aren't they? We can. Can I bring you in there, maybe, Rob?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a fair observation. I think we probably need to do a bit more. There's been a lot happen since this was last looked at, so we can. I think there would be a point around the white paper and that continual point that's already in there around our capacity to be able to deliver the expectations of mayoral strategic authorities, as well as then ensuring that we're supporting and the risk that could bring around LGR. So yeah, we'll reflect that in future documents.
There you go. Moving on. As I say, we were to note, and no vote is required. Chris, thank you as always. So we're almost there. We're jumping over the next item, which was the investment committee papers. And we've got literally 2 items, penultimate one for me. One of, however, I have to say, I'm delighted that we are talking about. It is the region, not the county of culture, but the region of culture update. And Jules Yent, as head of policy, insight and performance, will introduce the report. Delighted it made it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to present an update on the Region of Culture programme.
We've made great progress in embedding culture and tourism across our strategic objectives over the last 18 months. Recognising the economic importance and social value of culture, we've taken proactive steps to strengthen cultural infrastructure, support creative industries and enhance the region's appeal as a tourism destination. And this aligns with the Mayor's pledge to create a strong sense of place and cultural identity for our region. The Region of Culture programme is made up of several key elements that work together to embed culture at a strategic level. The report, which starts on page 347 of your pack, sets out how we have defined and embedded culture within the combined authority through the shared ambition commitments and strong cross-organisational collaboration. It also describes how we've established a regional leadership role through engagement with constituent authority place directors and the facilitation of a new Culture and Creativity Forum, which brings together over 30 national, regional, local and hyperlocal cultural leaders for collaborative policy development. A major pillar of the programme has been the development of a local visitor economy partnership, or LVEP, for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. We're delighted that all of our regional destination management organisations and local authorities have committed to this partnership. The LVEP was given a boost last week by the approval of 1.3 million in funding from UK Shared Prosperity, and this is made up of 800,000 in capital and 500,000 in revenue. The paper includes a draft expression of interest, which is on page 357. With your approval, this EOI will be submitted to Visit England as the first step towards accreditation of the LVEP. The paper also includes details of a proposed Year 1 delivery plan and a cultural capital grant scheme. By July, we expect to have appointed a shared visitor economy team, launched the capital grant scheme and submitted the full LVEP application to Visit England. We plan to come back to this board in July to seek approval for the full LVEP proposal prior to submitting the application. And then looking further ahead, we'll be developing a full business case for the LVEP to be considered as part of the combined authorities and our constituent authorities' medium-term financial planning. Identifying sustainable continued funding will be a key priority to enable the LVEP to continue beyond next financial year and deliver long-term benefits for the region. I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jules. I'll maybe come up to the end to acknowledge all the hard work behind this, but brilliant. Does anybody want to make any comments?
It's only really just to note very interesting information around the numbers of jobs in the visitor economy and how it differs across the area, and I think it's just to point it out really, I just think there's some very telling information in there. It's very interesting.
Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you. Like you, Mayoral, I'm very pleased to see this here, and it's very supportive of the work that's been done. I think the visitor economy overlaps in interesting ways with other bits of the economy, and not all visitors are just tourists, if that makes sense. People visit places for a whole variety of different reasons, and making sure that this work is linked up not only with the economic bits of what's going on in our different constituent authorities, but also with education and the skills committee, I think would be really helpful, because actually making sure that we're linking up with travel which is linked to education, and making sure that our young people get cultural experiences, which often means visiting places, is also really helpful. So if we could just bear that in mind, that would be great. Thank you.
Al.
Thanks, Jack. This is intended as a positive comment, but sometimes you go around the houses first of all. I'm really, really mindful. There's capacity, there's priorities. What are our bigger picture things we're doing? And built around this, the strategic objectives are about skills and employment, growth, connectivity. All themes we've got other plans, other teams, other focus around. So is this a distraction or an enhancement of our effort to pull these together?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good question for an officer.
Thank you. Absolutely good question, and it links to a question previously as well. So it will enhance what we're doing. So Richard and I are working closely together on the thinking for the destination management plan and how improving quality of life for residents in the regions and building the digital economy is actually an enabler for the local growth plan and how those two things work together. So absolutely take your point that we need to work in a joined up way with this.
Yep, Sarah.
I was going to say, and I just wanted to come back on the back of Al's comment. I think what's really helpful is there are some things you can do strategically that support the stuff that we're doing then back down at local level. So the visitor economy, Visit England were very clear that actually they were very keen to work with Huntingdonshire, but actually they wanted to have a much more strategic relationship. So thank you, because you can do some things that actually enable things that we're then doing back down at local level. That visitor economy is really, really important. We think that we've got a huge area that we should be exploiting much more. Because apart from anything else, we often become our own best local visitors. And actually we often forget that. And so this is also about growing our own visitor economy within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. It's getting people out to Ely. It's getting people out to sort of the small villages that have got a fantastic sort of local natural wildlife area. It's some of those hidden gems. It isn't just getting them from London and kind of going, oh, we'll go to Cambridge. And while we're there, we might stay overnight in St Ives or overnight in Soham or wherever they think. So actually, thank you, because some of that we can't do at that local level. We need that strategic input.
I think I'll maybe finish off here. As I read, oh, sorry, no, of course, Anna, of course.
I just want to say I think this is really, really excellent work and echoing a lot of what's been said. We have so much potential as a region in terms of the wonderful visitor offering that we can put together. And as a history geek, I could probably start listing all the places that I think are really exciting to visit that perhaps aren't terribly well known. Stoney Camp's quite high on my list there as an archaeologist by background. I was at Flagfen the other week. You know, there's so much that we could shout about across our whole Cambridgeshire and Peterborough area there. And I think Councillor Comboy makes a really valuable point. We travel and go and see things within our own area as well. And there's so much here. And there's so much that will revitalise and enhance our economy in doing this. So I think this is a really, really essential piece of work. And thank you for leading on it.
Again, thank you for the paper. I just want to draw out a few comments in terms of the examples of the work that you are putting on. I am very, very delighted with regard to the proposal around Peterborough street art and the Neat Cultural Project and the street art initiative on Peterborough parkways. That was always something I thought would be a fantastic thing. I know Peterborough City Council have come forward with that suggestion, working with a city college, you know, dealing with a neat thing. That's a perfect example of where being strategic, but maybe would never come around unless we were willing to pull those things together. The fact also we're going out into Fenland, amplifying community arts and culture project, and some of the ambition around the Shared Prosperity Fund and the call that we had with officers out with the Combined Authority and their willingness to look at this sort of opportunity and a recognition of what we didn't have in terms of a local visitor economy framework to work on. So I want to acknowledge, Rob, how you, when we were presented with the opportunity about from Visit England to kind of pull that together, it was the final piece of the jigsaw, I think, to help you with the work you've been doing. I guess, you know, initially coming in, all that time when I first said to John Hill, can we do a City of Culture bid? And I know there was some talk and we never quite pulled it off, and we're not quite there where we can start competing with a bid like going for Bradford. But there is no reason why we shouldn't be putting ourselves forward, or cities, all three of them within the area, as potential cities of cultures, or a combined bid going forward to get that national recognition of what we all know things. And having this in place is absolutely at the top of the tree, I think. So once again, thank you to yourself for keeping it going. thank you for making sure. And I say, look at you, all the board members around thing. I'm not here to say this, but this is, when we talk about all the things that we have to do about delivering growth and the importance of making sure there's enough housing and it's affordable and get the skills. Once you live here, it's not just about the day job, it's also about the environment we live in and also the people we spend time with and enjoy in our downtime. So the fact that we are now, I know we've already been doing it in your areas, it's not that it's not been done, we're very lucky living in such a wonderful area, but the thing that we can maybe supercharge it through this proposal is one I am very pleased that the organisation has pulled together, so thank you. We need to take a vote. That's the important thing. So on this one, I'm very, very clear. I want to move the recommendation from the chair. I'll need a seconder. I'll take it from you, Anna, on this one as my deputy there. Those in favour? Those against? And those abstaining? Thank you. Okay. One final item before I close the meeting. This is the recommendations from the Skills and Employment Committee. We don't have to bring anybody up, but it's to say that this report was debated in detail and approved unanimously by our subject experts on the committee at their meeting on the 24th of January. Does anyone have any particular questions or comments on the reports within the agenda item, or are we all happy to take the two recommendations straight to a vote? And I'm not seeing any problem there, so I'm good on this one. Always about the cross-party working, but Councillor Lucy Nessinger, as Chair of the Skills and Employment Committee, are you happy to propose the recommendations as set out in the summary report? You have a seconder, it's me, the Mayor. So we'll move to the vote. Those in favour, those against, and those abstaining. Fine. So on that note, it is my final duty to say my final goodbyes. I said what I really wanted to say at the start of the meeting. I couldn't have got this far without you. As a board, it has been important to work together. I'm glad that I'm leaving friends behind, but I'm not too sad I'm leaving now, because my time has come. It has been the honour of my life, and we've done some good stuff, but thank you all, and to the people of Cambridge and Peterborough, thank you. Good luck going forward.